Hi. Where's Spotify? Shush, ghost. Shush. Hello. Hi. Welcome. I have books in my hand right now. Actually, they're journals. Hello. Hi. Welcome. I just took my vitamins. Thank you, Kai. Our level of order today is Goomber. Well, hi, Doc. Hi, Goomber. Hi, Kai. Hi, Turnip. Hello. Hello. And a cold. What do you mean by that? Let me. I was dramatically holding stuff. Why is it so dirty? What the hell? But hello. Hi. I gotta have food. Why can't you have food? Okay, that's what you meant by oh shit. Sorry. I looked at my fucking iPad. I guess it's been dying over the weekend. It was at 3%. That was a genuine oh shit. Berry. Okay, let me. Hi. I still have my hair rollers in, and my hair is still crunchy because it's still damp in the back, so I don't want to put hair oil in. So yeah. Always on such a weird tangent. We always should be on weird tangents. Sorry, that was a struggle to get myself lifted. Airlift. Gonna get him sick? He didn't get sick though, right? Because then we're big winning. You got to spend a weekend with Quiet and you didn't get him sick, and now you're sick. What's Let me look up a kid. Yeah. I'm your fucking mother now. I ain't no one's mother. But I sure hashtag mommy. Why thank you. I'm honored. I really need to learn another accent because I'm getting sick and fucking tired of this stupid, not even like, not saying that it's a good accent, like I memorized it well, but I'm sick and tired of hearing the little notions of the stupid fucking Brooklyn accent that I learned, and I hate it. I hate it so much. Sick and fucking tired. I'm sick and fucking tired of this shit. I am learn the Irish accent best. You're so right. My friend would be very happy. Our friend Keeves, her name is Irish. And by that, it's not spelled how you think, in a sense of it's Irish. Did he get is it just the ones that you had posted, Kai, or did you get more plushies? Yeah. Okay. Okay. Also be very happy. Falcon? Falcon. You're so right. Oh, Jordy214 just opened up Warframe. Dude, I'm really trying to romance Arthur in Warframe. For starters, one, Arthur is voiced by Ben Starr. So it's a huge plus. But I love him, and I'm losing my mind. I have to talk to them every single day, which is really fun, and it's very interesting, but like, I'm so scared I'm gonna fuck it up. And I'd be happy if you had an Irish accent. Fair. Is that the next one I should learn? My cowboy one is still in there. Also JV and B had an extension of their album of Hyper Youth After Party, and it's very pretty. I like it a lot. Who's Ben Star? Dorian. The Dore. What else do we know him in? My most memorable memory of Ben Starr is the recent Balatro, because he did the face of Balatro and accepted the awards and everything as Jimbo, as the clown, because the creator is anonymous. Oh, yeah, the door from I almost said the door from Dore, the door from Date Everything. Let me see what else he's in. I want to say Dead Take, but he's Ben Starr in Dead Take, so that doesn't help. Oh, he's been in actual TV shows. Thank you. Oh, he was in Claire Obscure. Uh, 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 Behind the Voice. I forgot the website. No, but we did share a lot of pictures of Dorian. Dorian. Who was he? Verso. I haven't played Claire Obscure. Wow. Oh, he was in. Oh, he's Prometheus? He's in Hades too. Oh, he's also in Marathon, which is a new game coming out. We did the server slam this weekend and it was really good. He really hasn't, like. He, he really hasn't voiced a lot of people. He's done a lot of, like, normal acting. Warframe. I'm, like, looking through this all and I'm like, wow. His biggest thing was Final Fantasy. He was Clive. I haven't played that Final Fantasy. What number is that? I don't know. Core Keeper grind since the new update. Oh, hell yeah. The D-O-R-E. The Nor. I'm actually kind of like... Dorian. I loved. That's so funny. Yeah, have you beaten it? Because I feel like I saw... Hold on. We can stalk. Discord, go away. Also, I want you to know the funniest thing when Requiem came out, you know how, like, there's the what's new on your Steam and it relates, like, correlating things. Oh, that's really cute. Since I have every single Resident Evil game, 3, 4, it was about 4 or 5 different, what's new of Requiem's out, Requiem's out, Requiem's out, Requiem's out. I was like, oh my god, I think Requiem's out. Not yet. Okay. Let's see how many hours. Because I feel like you were playing it for so long yesterday. Just my little... No. Oh, no, I can go here. You have 13 hours in that game already. That's crazy. Also, my hand's been, like, posed up the whole time as I'm, like, trying to find what I need to. Do a recap of Friday, please? Yes, I will. I thought about doing that already, so I'm like, okay. Also, I'm really tired of these, and my bangs are dry, so we'll just take them out. Honestly, like, the best thing is, Kai, is that not much has really happened. Um, the biggest explanation is going to be Grace. And by that, Grace is a little baby. She doesn't know what she's doing. She doesn't know what she's doing. So she has a lot of anxiety. I really love, we got Grace's flashback to see her mother die, which we all knew we all knew it happened. It was never a spoiler because it was in the trailer of, like, your mother died here. She was murdered here. It's like, okay. But we got to see it happen. She had, like, a panic attack because they watched somebody else die. And so Grace was having a panic attack. I love the way they did that. And I saw you shoot a zombie and I had a seizure on the floor and it went. That's how I felt. Okay, so you saw that was the whole beginning part. And then we got kidnapped. I didn't clip it. I went back and clipped a lot of things from that stream because it was so fucking funny. I have a theory about this guy. Also, I got spoiled about a character, but by that it was a minor spoiler and in a sense that I don't make sense of it, but now I'm very, like, feel like that describes it well. Kidnapped, yes. We got kidnapped by the Crunchy Man that's been in the trailers and whatnot. He's the villain, Crunchy Man. Who's Grace's mother is oh my god, what's her first name? I actually don't remember what her first name is right now. is your mother? Alyssa. I was like, I don't remember her first name. Alyssa, she was in Resident Evil Outbreak, which is something we never played, Kai. It is a group of, I think it's 6 survivors who are in the Raccoon City outbreak. Yeah, we haven't seen. Oh, good thing is that we got to see Leon for a little bit. I did get him killed immediately because I was getting a little too happy with his little axe and didn't heal him. Never heard of that one? Okay, I can explain it a little bit. But we haven't really played Leon too much. So I thought that was Resistance. Hold on. Do I have the names mixed up? Sorry, I had to move my coffee. Nope, don't just type Outbreak. Nope, Resident Evil Outbreak. Let's get all the characters. Hello, Joel. Okay, the characters are I'm just gonna list out their first names, but it's Kevin, Mark, Jim, George, David, Alyssa, Yoko, and Cindy. So it's a whole group of survivors. It's multiplayer. You can play with your friends. But it's that. I think there's like different endings of like who survives and everything. I don't know exactly everything about that one. Which one was Resident Evil Resistance? I'm pretty sure that's one of the shit games. Oh no, Resident Evil Resistance was actually a good game. Resident Evil Resistance was like a DBD type game that they did, and then they shut down the servers and then made another one. And then that one did really shit. But Resistance was actually, I really wanted to play it, but I never got to. I keep on seeing Leon fan art to the point that I'm banned from Twitter because I haven't finished the game, obviously. And I keep on getting different things that I'm like, I shouldn't be looking at this. But I did post one funny one in the memes, and it's because Leon has 2 guns. He has his normal gun, and then he has the Requiem, which is the chunky gun. He literally hands it to Grace, and I'm like, you're giving a child this fucking pistol? It's not a pistol at all. The Requiem is scary. That gun is so pretty too. Also, I watched one of my favorite cosplayers. She made the gun out of foam. It's so detailed. It's illegal. Yeah, but she's a baby. She's just a wee little baby. She don't know what she do. The moral of like how Grace's character is she works for the FBI, but she is very much a desk jockey. She works from the desk. So she may be FBI trained and she can't go into the field. She should never go into the field. She has a lot of anxiety. She has a lot of panic attacks. And I know Doc made the joke of it, but like, man, her higher ups really said, I know your mom died here, but let's go back. You're gonna go back to that place. You should go investigate that place alone. So yeah. The Resident Evil movie, the one from 2002 is so tempted to watch. Let me see which one that is. Oh my god, yes you should. I love that one so much. It is Rain. I love Michelle Rodriguez. I love her so much. Mila is I love Alice. Alice was like my hyper fixation when I was in middle school, junior high. I don't know how old I was at that time. I loved Alice's dress because at some point, if you do, you should watch it. It's really fucking good, but it's just like this high up and then it goes down, but then she has shorts. I was obsessed with that look. Yeah. Shitty, you know what I mean? I get what you mean. Honestly, that first one's really good. The first one and second one are really good. From there, then it gets really crazy. And then we go from, this is apocalypse. Okay, but now we're not in apocalypse. Lab. Okay. And then it went into this bigger lab part, but I have never seen that one. Good Friday attempted? Yeah, honestly, no, actually save it and watch it with quiet. I love that one so much. I do really recommend that one. That one and Apocalypse. Extinction is where it gets wonky, but Apocalypse is really good. Apocalypse has Nemesis. We get different lore about Nemesis in that, but that's just kind of like canon movie lore, not game lore. Hehe. The Transformers movie? True. God, the Transformers movies are so fucking good, though. Like, looking back at, like, the CGI and the transformations, so fucking good for its time. Still good. Um, bitch, where your friends at? Is Executioner from Resident Evil 5 in it? I feel like that is Extinction. The one they're in the desert. That desert, I do actually really love Extinction. Extinction was the last one that I really, really like watched. From then I've seen a couple. I've seen a couple others after. Let me see. Not that TV show, that doesn't matter. I'm pretty sure I've seen Afterlife, and then I have never seen Retribution and the final chapter. I've seen parts of Retribution, but I've never actually fully watched it. And then the final chapter, I have a lot of beef with that movie in general because of safety issues. But I still have actually just never seen it. I kind of forgot it was coming out when it came out. When they're in the skyscraper? Okay, then I do not know at all. I just feel like it would fit well with Well, it would fit well in Extinction. But yeah, I have a lot of beef with the final chapter. I do want to watch it though. Because I gotta. I love that series. Freaking. Gonna ask. No, the movies are not canon. They do, I will say, they make their own story because it follows Alice and it follows her story. So it's like completely different main character that we follow. But it's really fun because they pull a lot of like the random video game characters in it. So we see. I'm like in the first one, I don't think we get any actual characters in the first one. And the second one is when they start pulling in video game characters. Like we get Jill in it. Love her. We technically get Carlos. I actually really love his character. But we get more of them, I know, as in Extinction, and then from there they start trickling more in and they keep them in. And we get random like video game correlations, like when Jill gets taken by Albert Wesker in 5. Yeah, that happens in the movie too. She has that whole thing right there. So funny. Doesn't want to believe. Yeah, in Extinction we get Claire and Chris, and then I think I don't know if it's in that one or if it's at the end of that one is when they're looking for Jill. I feel like it's in that one. They all kind of mush in my brain. Let me look. Apocalypse. Yeah, we do get Carlos. I actually really love the character who plays the actor who plays Carlos because he's one of my favorite actors because he's from The Mummy. So I love him dearly. We do lose him though. I'm like looking at all the characters from certain ones. This is Backstreet Boys. I won't lie. Oh, we don't get anything. What was the next one after Extinction? What do you play? Oh my god, what is this character's name? Hold on. He's hot. That's all you need to know. Oh, I'm gonna butcher his name. Ardeth? He's the one who's with the, in the first one, they come to I must say protect, and keep, the city, like, nobody find here. What is his fucking group? He's so pretty. Oh my god, I don't remember any of their names. The Magi. That's what he's part of. He's part of like that whole group, and then he comes back in the second one, and then we don't fucking see him in the third one. They're in China for that one, so he's not really prevalent because he's there in Egypt. He's so pretty though, and he's still really pretty as Carlos. Apocalypse, Extinction, Afterlife. Okay. Oh, it's fucking Afterlife. That's Carlos? Yeah. He has short hair as Carlos. But I really love him as Carlos. Also, cause like I really like that guy. I don't know, he's a good guy. I like him. Oh my god, I forgot he's the one who played Chris Redfield. I'm just looking at him, but I just see the blue-eyed meme. Oh, yep, there's Jill Valentine. J-pop girl. What an interesting name. I love when you don't get an actual name, so you just get like placeholder thing. Gotta watch them for Carlos. Yes, he's not till the second one. So he's an Apocalypse and Extinction only. But he's really good. I love him. Like I said, I just love that actor in general, so I have no quarrel. Nothing will beat video game Carlos, I think, because God, by far, I loved the remake. Carlos was so fucking good. Yeah, see, I never got to, I mean, I got to Leon, but I don't remember Retribution as much. That's the one where I started getting really confused because then, we get a character again. I'm not going to spoil anything now since Kai's never seen it and Kai's going to watch some of them. I don't know if they are all online, but if you can, watch a couple and then slowly watch them. High fire. But then we got some characters. We did get Ada Wong in that one too, which makes sense because then we got Leon. He played Barry. Ugh, I loved the Red Queen. Oh, okay, yeah, this is when I started getting confused of like, but time I kill a dog in the game, I quote Resident Evil movie of, I got this. I need to watch these movies again. I need to watch The Mummies because The Mummy is on, so I was staring at a picture. I'm gonna copy image. I'm gonna put this in photo dump right meow. God, he's so pretty. The Mummy is on Disney Plus right now. I think it's on Hulu, but the correlation of Disney Plus and that is that one. But moral of the story is I have that so I can watch it. The only one I know for sure is on there. I'll actually take a look-sees. Let me take a look-sees. Let me move my coffee away. See if Quiet will watch the second Mummy with me. Yes. You should watch. Oh, that would be really cute. Watch the well, let me see. You should watch. What's the second one? Okay, well, fine. I'll click this one. You should for sure watch. Nope. The second one ain't even online. Nope. You should for sure watch the second Mummy. Man, so it's only the first one. I hate when they do this because this happens to me all the time with specifically Maze Runner. Because I like to put on Maze Runner and just watch it randomly. But they always do 1 and 2 is online. But then no third. And then they take those 2 off and they're like, okay, but here's the third now. I'm like, no, I want to watch this back to back to back. Give me the third one, please. I say is that I could just willingly buy it. The Resident Evil movies, though, are a lot. Don't have Prime on my phone, only the TV. Fair. It turns on DVD, thankfully. Me as fuck. Me with the Mummy. I just get annoyed sometimes because I want to watch it on my computer. But I literally have all the movies, so it's fine. The Zero Thoughts on Animal. Yeah. I do myself better. Okay, glad you're doing better now. Oh my god. Not the saw some animals. Fell down some stairs. Good lord. But please, I hope your ankle is completely fine. Even if it is still just a little swollen, I hope it gets better. The third Mummy is seen as bad. I don't care. No, that's what I think. I don't know why everybody hated on it so much. I know people hated that they recasted Evie, but they recasted her because the actress didn't want to leave her newborn child to go film. So it wasn't as a, oh, we don't like her, we're gonna recast. It was kind of just like an actual scheduling thing. And that was a big thing that I got hit with. This isn't good. And then it wasn't in Egypt again, which I thought was fine. I love Asian history. Ancient Asian history jingles my jangles. That's what I studied for art history. So I love it. So I ate that shit up and I still loved it. I adored the third one so much. It's not as good as 1 and 2. It's not as good as a 1. Nothing will ever beat it, but it was still really fucking good. For me to fall down some close that way, it'd be that way, fire. It's okay. The Egyptians have a monopoly of mummies. Okay, Doc, because I don't know who else actually will remember, but at least Mummy 3, I think you'll remember. At the literal end of the movie, it talks about Jonathan because the brother then leaves China because he's like, I can't take this. There's mummies here, sells the stuff. And I think he went to, I think it said Peru. I forget where he went, but he went to another fucking country. They had mummies there too. And it literally says it in the end caption. And I thought that was so fucking funny. He tried to escape the mummies, left, went to China, mummies there, left China, went to someplace else, mummies there. As if there's not going to be mummies everywhere, but like, it's kind of like yeah, there's mummies everywhere. That poor guy can't escape it. The pyramids are so cool. I still am so confused about that Egyptian horror game that I played, because then it turned into like aliens. It's very odd. I thought it was going to be like the Pharaoh's curse type shit, but then it turned into aliens. I'm like, okay, it was scary, but yeah. Is our classified as rare? Please tell. I really want this song, but I'm sorry, I want Teto. Or we play El Pepe. Yeah, I want Teto. Kai, if you haven't heard this song, I can send you the video on YouTube. It's Teto, but in the back rooms. It's really good. Yeah. Rich Europeans ate them. I laugh, but also... Rich people are weird. I say that with a grain of salt because not every rich people are weird. Yeah, the rich people. Hi, Junior. Welcome into our lovely conversation about rich people back in the day. I feel like, do they still eat them now? I don't think they eat them now. But yeah, I don't know why, who thought that would be a good idea to eat mummies? Single rich people. You're right. Every single rich person is weird. Every single rich. Do we know any rich people here? Can I call them weird? And they'll be like, what the fuck? I'm like, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. We declared it. We have declared you to be weird. No ifs, no buts. Sorry. Bad joke about eating? Tell the bad joke. I'm a rich people? Well, you're weird. And I say that with love and support. You're our weird little rich person. That's the good news. Fuck yeah! Honestly, in this hardware crisis, I'm gonna say crisis. That's so real, but that's so good. I'm so happy. When's the PC? Are you like building it completely? Are you like getting parts, or is it like pre-built? Like, so it's just all the parts are coming with it. You know, how much of a worry is this? And the rich American, is using his son's blood into himself to stay young. You know, I have no clue what you're talking about, Fire, but it's sad that I'm just like, no, that probably sounds about right. I could see somebody probably doing that. Bad news. Couldn't use this fuck about the build. Oh, nah. Getting it custom build. It's just too much thinking. There are some techie people here, Goober, that I at least can send you to ask questions if you need it. I like to dumb it down because I don't know a lot about computers, like the high technical way, but like if you dumb it down to like what it does in the simplest form, then I'm like, okay, so that's what I need for that. So I can attempt to help. If not, I have other people here who can attempt to help as well. Rich people don't eat mummies anymore. They eat babies. Oh, you're so right. Why did I ever think eating mummies would be good? I'm sorry, that's a decaying person. Like, yeah, they used to. She means me? No. Well, yes, Turnip. But also there's a couple other people here as well. Computers is just Legos. You just need the places and the pieces in the correct place. You're not entirely wrong, Fire. You're actually exactly correct. I mean, people, you are one of the people, yes. The base is done, but not sure if it's Various specifics, like the motherboard, that kind of thing. I do like using, well, I mean, it's a pre-built, so they shouldn't. Sorry, I just heard the line of the song that was really cute. Honestly, I hate motherboard shopping, so I'm not the biggest help with the motherboard. They either saw it as a cure-all. I've also thought of it as natural. Oh, aphrodisiac too. Okay, yeah. Honestly, I can see the cure-all cures as well. I'm just like, who was the first person to eat one and be like, this is delectable, everybody. It's helped me. What the fuck? One day of someone's toddler getting into her urn on the mantle. She ate grandma's ashes. Oh my god. No! Child, no! That's fucking horrific. Also, I'm gonna do, if anybody would like some rolls, give me your monies. Give me your paw points. Let me do your rolls, everybody. Let me do your rolls. Hi, Kev. It's the real Kev, everybody. It's the real Kev. Y'all try this old king jerky? Oh,
Hi, pretty
delectable.
people. How
Hi,
you doing?
hi.
I'm fucking great.
Wow. Sorry, the wow wasn't at the fucking great. I like leaned forward and my head spun a little bit. Anyways, I think okay, first one is fire. Okay, you're doing fine. 12, 12, and an 18. So mentally, like, you are doing really good. Hi, Giraffe. How are you? Just looked it up. It was okay. Like the cure of all cure sounds to be more right, but I wouldn't doubt the second one. Also, wouldn't doubt that it was maybe for both, but that was the main purpose. Second up is turnip. 14, 12, and 16. Oh, turnip. I hope you're feeling better because I know you were sick last week. Goober. Okay, so you have a nat 20 and 11 because you are doing good, but then you have a 3 because you're getting mentally hit with build computer. I'm a real boy. You are a real boy. You're real. Next up is Junior. 18, nat 20, and 4. So hopefully you're doing well. Work is just beating you up, I think. Outside life, good. You had D&D. I remember that. Next up is Haunted. 17, 13, and 3. Something beyond your mind, but overall, still, you're hanging in there and you're doing good. Doc. 13, nat 20, and 19 because we're playing Resident Evil. And you're gonna see Leon S. Kennedy. This makes sense. So Kai, you got a 16 or 11 because overall you are doing fine. You are fine. You're doing really good, but you have a nat 1 and that's because Quiet's no longer there. So there's that, which adds up. Get it if I didn't? It did went through. It did go through. Sorry, I can't English. You know what weird shit European nobles ate during I do want to know. It's actually really fun to learn, and I like my jingles of learning about the ancient times. So unfortunately, I am the freak who does want to know what they ate in the Middle Ages. Because I want to judge them. My emotes, I'm in a dilemma. No, dude, Kai, I haven't worked on emotes in a while. Haven't had the energy or like
I have girlfriend.
Haunted, it's the way that just came out of nowhere. It just sounded like Chat Cat was just announcing, I have a girlfriend, as we're like all talking and we just like turn like, oh, okay, good buddy, good. I'm proud of you. I hope it's going well and everything. Kai, I don't know what to do when I make more emotes and then I run out of slots and then moving them and I'm just like, You may have to leave. No, why they make us leave? I'm getting a computer. That's my 20. That's my 2013. This is for my confusion 3 is because I got sick. Oh, true. You are sick. You always get sick, Goober. I feel so bad every time you show up, Goober, and it's just like, I'm sick. I'm like, oh. Again?
Hydrate, you bastard! Hydrate!
Oh, sweetie, we need to get you some medicine in your body. Oh my god. Hi, quiet. Doesn't have a pardon? I would like to beg. What? Why would you like to beg? Why are you begging? But I don't know what to get rid of? No, okay, that's real. Which one do you personally not use as much? Switch them out. Give a little switcheroo. I had pies with live animals and frogs and birds in the middle of them. Yes, I actually do know those ones. Because of art. Like, I know some people eat actual, like, frogs or whatnot, and technically we eat birds, but, like, you're gonna put live frogs in them? That's a little freaky of you. I don't know what nutrients you're getting from that, but I'd rather eat something else. I'd rather eat it dead or, like, the frog legs cooked, you know? Oh, beg your pardon. No, not my pardon. Don't beg
Fun
it. No,
fact,
Jojo.
there is a food
Ooh,
called
pasta.
spotted dick.
Are you not going to elaborate on this spotted dick? I thought you were going to tell me what it was. You show up. What does it sound? I showed you my spotted dick. Please respond. Spotted Richard. No! You spotted Richard? Eaten frog legs before? How was frog legs? Eating frog sounds so ewy, yucky. No, I can agree, Goober. The ones that really get me is the people who eat, there's just exotic animals, just like dolphins and giraffes. That's fair. Those ones still are around in a sense of, like, people still be weird eating weird exotic animals. I don't like the people who eat tarantulas. And not that, but it's the fact that then they'll go around and catch the tarantulas. So, like, the final product of cooking the tarantulas, completely fine. Sure, fuck it up, you eat it. The fact they have a bucket of live tarantulas because they just go around and be like, well, you're my dinner now. I'm like, horrified. Horrified. Oh, can I use one? Oh no! Just pick one. What fucking emotes? I don't think I'm subscribed to you right now. I don't remember what fucking emotes. Whose fucking emotes are these? Oh, that's Rubber Ducky. Oh, I have Rubber Ducky emotes now. Oh. Did no, I have like no subscriptions anymore. I'm literally only subscribed to Tori. Alright. Bear Grylls at yeah. Dude, I haven't heard that name in so long. Bear Grylls? Damn. Kinda super fishy. Think I cooked it wrong? Oh my god, you cooked it yourself? Hell yeah. But that's fair. I mean, that kind of sounds right. I just keep on thinking of that stupid audio. I forget the names, but it's I look to my left, Denji. I look to my right. I forget that guy's name. these these what is it, partners stink of poo. Reek of poo. It's so funny. It's stuck in my head. Pastrami burger and fries. Ooh, that actually sounds delectable. Just bought some frozen from the store once. Huh, crazy, actually. Spotted. Why, thank you. Why, thank you, Haunted. Why, thank you. I am doing well, Quiet. I am. We're playing. Oh my god, sorry. I just opened up Discord to go look at what picture Haunted put. I forgot I had photo dump open, and I have that wonderful, amazing art right there, and I'm like, wow. Anyways. Oh, well, it is spotted. Why is his name Richard? I showed you my son dick. Please respond. Please respond. What is it? What is a spotted? Is it chocolate? Kind of looks like chocolate, but also could be raisins. You know when you're very confused and you're like, is this chocolate or is this raisins? What's in the cake? What is it? What is it? Crazy? That's crazy ones. I like me in a room. A wubble boom. Or is it raisins? No! No! Hopefully it's chocolate. A rubber boom. A rubber boom for the rats. What week are we on? Look at my spread for this week, you guys. It's green. It's so cute. I haven't done anything. My to-do list is literally nothing because I didn't do anything. You couldn't even see it. You could see my weeklies I gotta do. I'm gonna treat this like a fucking video game. I gotta get my weeklies done. I should do my dailies too. If I turn my life into a fucking video game, maybe I'll actually get shit done, you know? Currents. Okay. I'm like, I don't know what it is because one, my eyes can't look at it. I guess I could have just looked up. You told me what it was called. I could have Someone do my dailies? No, I still have to do my dailies, Junior. I don't know if I have time to do my dailies and your dailies, you know? Can someone do me daily? Fair. Also, Quiet, you asked how I was doing. How are you doing? I hope you're doing well. As well as everybody else. Gaming chores? Well, I scooted my chair thing forward. If I just turn my life into a video game, I get my dailies done, then I'm good, you know? Bitch, where your friends at? What? Bitch, where your friends at? I love this. Okay, little EP. Okay. That's not bad. Though. Little EP is okay. 4 holes? I almost said Kai, I almost said no toads, no whores. That says holes. Is that a green sword behind you, leaning against the wall? It's not a green sword. So I have a sword. And then I have a hammer. It has stuff in it to make it loud. It's it's my haunt maze prop. Whenever I do Halloween haunt mazes, this is my thing. My little guy. Okay, buy a pack of gold star stickers, give yourself a gold star, each of your oh my god, you're so right! Haunted, you're so right. That's how you actually hack the system. What is that hair doing? Does bi-weekly mean twice a week or every 2 weeks? Asking for a confused coworker. Actually, what is does anybody know bi-weekly? Bi-weekly? It's definitely 2 of some sort. Okay, wait. First off, bi-weekly. Bi-weekly. Meaning. Every 2 weeks. Or okay, so I don't fucking know. This literally said occurring every 2 weeks or twice a week. Once every 2 weeks. I think it's docs. Every 2 weeks. So giraffe, fun thing about that. The hammer, I actually don't know what they thought. I think they thought it was really cool. The sword, my dad helped me build. A lot of my collectible stuff, my dad collects a lot of old right now he mainly does vinyls, but he has his old collections of comic book stuff, which is why I have down here more comic book stuff. I have my Indiana Jones lunchbox here, and I have a second one up there. When I stand up, you can see it. Those are from his collection. Changeable, especially if by it would be quite a oh god. There's too many buys. There's too many buys here, you guys. Picture of a toad in a hole. Ooh. Forget the sausage in it. I just want the bread. That looks really good. Could mean either, but literally no one uses it as a tense of twice a week. Yeah, that's why I'm like, that's really unfortunate that it could mean either. But yeah, I think it's the 2 weeks one. What's my other stuff in my room? My parents don't really care about it. Any props that I have, it's me and my dad who's made them together. Usually he does the construction and building of it. I give him like the pattern, and then he'll build it, and then I do all the painting and detailing. And gluing sometimes. I'll help with the gluing process. The most judgmental section of my room is all of my witchy stuff, but they don't really give a shit. It's the most LGBTQ plus friendly of all time spans. You're so right. You're so right. I love that. I've never thought about it like that. It so is. What is happening? My name was mentioned. What's happening here? I need to write this down. Holy shit. Oh my god, am I free March 6th? Oh no, hold on. Hold on. I think I might have double scheduled myself. Oh, okay. Okay. I thought for a second B said March 6th is coming up, and I was like, what day? We're going on the Thursday, but it's in April. Okay, what's happening here? Thank you for rating! I got stressed here. What day is that exactly? Is that exactly? Okay, welcome in, Raiders.
Hello, Raiders. My name is Sarah. I'm a variety streamer. We do Mixed Bag Mondays, Family-Friendly Wednesdays, and Horror Thursday. Roar, please join us on this wild ride we call life. Hoot hoot. The roar scared me. Welcome in, Raiders. My name is Sarah. We are playing Resident Evil Requiem today, so that's what we'll be doing in a little bit. We'd be mad yapping right now, though. Actually, we've been yapping for quite some time, so we'll be playing Resident Evil Requiem soon. We're not that far in, so if you haven't seen it, or if you don't want to be spoiled, we're still somewhat at the beginning, even though I did play it for like 4 hours. Kind of screwed myself over in some parts, but for the most part, there's that. But we like to play a lot of horror games and a lot of farming games here, so welcome. If you guys need a raid or run or anything, please do. Blink, thank you for the raid. What were you guys doing today? If you need a raid and run into, if you need to go take care of yourself or anything, please do. If not, stay and yap with us. Also, yes, Haunted, we do. I was like, why are you confusing? What are we confusing about? Are we confused about the bi-weekly? Accurate. Junior is a cutie. Oh my god. I fucking love Little Kitty Big City. I 100%ed that game. I love it so much. Did a sub goal thing. Okay, hell yeah. That game is literally so cute. Likey pastry. True. Pigs in a blanket? Yeah, pigs in a blanket is just like a, I feel like it's an easy, simple little dish. Do cat game. Oh, cat games are. Hold on. I didn't hit the follow button. I'm gonna hit that follow button because I love cats. We are very cat themed here. I have a whole bunch of cats, and so we have a lot of cat themes here, as we have little chat cat who reads out all the TTS messages. So we are definitely a cat support and cat lover community. New Friday, Monday is cozy day. Hello, Raiders.
Real as hell,
my name is
still
Junior.
Acceptable.
I'm a cutie. I watch Mixed Bag Mondays,
Dog, I love
Family-Friendly Wednesdays, and Horror Thursday. Roar.
That's still nice, though. Having a day just for cats, I love that. I'm sat up 2 straight. Computer screen, thank you! We named him Chat Cat. He does have other names, but he is Chat Cat. He's our little, seen some shit cat that reads out everything. He's adorable. Wrap them in bacon, but I'm not a big fan of bacon. Bell sausages wrapped in bacon. True. Sausages wrapped in bacon just remind me of street dogs here, because that's what we make in, like, LA. Do pastry around sausages instead? We do both. Well, pigs in a blanket is specifically. It's pastry dough. Yeah, a little chat cat. Thank you so much. Welcome in. Like I said, we are playing Resident Evil Requiem today. I am a huge Resident Evil fan, so I'm so fucking excited. I've been waiting for this game. Has coffee? With all their meals, in between meals? Yes, Chat Cat does have coffee constantly every time. He is well caffeinated, as you can tell by the look in his eyes. A French pastry that I can't spell. Puff pastry? Sorry, I'm thinking of... Oh, what's that? Oh, fucking sorry, I just looked up beignets. Don't know how I got to beignets. Caffeinated. You're entirely correct, Giraffe. I have my caffeination right here. Well caffeinated. Why are you throwing your ass in a circle during your fucking huh? Croissant? I love a croissant. I love bread. Have I ever talked to you guys about how much I love bread? Do stuff away from the computer? No worries. Lovely, thank you. Please? Like I said, go raid and run, lurk, do whatever you need to do. Go take care of yourself, though. You just came from streaming and everything. But thank you so much for the raid and everything, and have a good rest of your day. I can't speak proper English. Oh my god. but have I told you, dog, about how much I love bread? But have I? Yes, I have many of times. I love bread, bro. I love bread. We had donuts over the weekend. And I woke up today and I looked at my mom and was like, we don't have any fun breakfast anymore. And she was like, what do you mean? I was like, the donuts are gone. So I might go get Cinnabon later. Because I'm craving that type of like extremely sweets. Who doesn't love bread? It's bread. Exactly what I'm saying. I fucking love bread. I love my bread. I really specifically want sweet bread right now. I could go get my Mexican bread. I love that. God, I could go for garlic bread. Korean cream cheese garlic bread. Nah. Making this week? Ooh. Fuck yeah, you were stacked and ready for the spaghetti. I actually think we might be making spaghetti tonight. That curled very nicely. I don't think this side curled as nicely. Oh well. Who doesn't love bread? Well, I'm wheat sensitive. I'm not quite celiac. But, I mean, they still could love bread. Bread just hurt them. Just like I'm lactose intolerant. Cheese hates me. I love it. Okay. I'm gonna have to do a lot of explaining. Not a lot of explaining, but I need to give Kai the full rundown of Requiem. So when I open up the game, we are gonna cover everything that we've done. So that Kai is caught up. And quiet as well. But I'm very excited. I love bread, bro. I love bread. I love bread so much. I can say right now where we're at in the game is that we are with Grace. So we do not have Leon right now. We have him, but we don't have him. We're playing as Grace. Turning to work. Please have a good rest of your day at work, Junior. We love you and we miss you. Stay safe. Okay.
I sent a picture of British pig in blankets.
Just the way it was the fact that it was pig in blankets. It's just like, I'm just tucking my little pig in a little blanket. I don't know why it made me giggle. Those look good. Yeah, that just looks like our we have our street dogs that we do, which are it's hot dog street dogs, but it's, oh my god, the hot dogs are wrapped in bacon, and then I usually get it with everything else on it, which is like grilled onions and peppers. And it has cilantro, some other sauces on it. Fucking delicious. I love me a good, like, $5-6 street dog. That shit's so fucking good. I love it. I see turnip typing. Oh, turnip's typing there. I see. Turning to work, but I'm here until I need to leave. We're taking everybody. Weird ass food, we'll say. You do. Like, we shame you for your food. I shame myself for, well, I guess I'm Hispanic. I shame the American side of the food. I eat a lot more ethnic food than anything. But the American food is also very bland and weird, but everybody has their weird foods. I feel like collectively every like country has like really good like shining star moment, and then you look deep into the corner and it's that weird fucking food that everybody eats, and it's like, what happened there? Yeah. Collectively everybody has their weird food. Weirdly unique to everybody's wherever they're from. I'm trying to think of weird Hispanic food, but because I usually Hispanic food, just the weird ones to me are just the ones that I don't like eating those parts of the bodies. That sounds very funny and weird and concerning. Let's see. Giraffe, I know exactly what you mean by that, Greg's sausage rolls, but I'm just like, why are you eating Greg's sausage? That's exactly what my brain thought immediately. Weird Hispanic. No, not good. Food. No, foods. Kept on typing. Yeah, I guess cow brains. Oh, we do have toasted grasshoppers, but that doesn't look. Oh, you know, I'll count that. Ant larvae, bull testicles, cow fungus. We do eat a lot of. We eat all the pieces, or at least try to. Lar. Ant lar. I have had larvae. Larvae doesn't sound like a real word. What is this? I don't even know what that is. Is that the weird oh my god. Oh my god, what is the fucking Dirty Jobs? When it's the like weird it's those weird show guys that then have like I don't know what they fucking are, but they just look like a fucking dick, bro. It was so funny, and that episode of Dirty Jobs was so funny. Try testicles in a sense of food, but I mean he said, I want to try it and actually eat it, but also I don't. It's wrapped in pastry. That looks like really good pastry. Pastry rolls. Second one definitely looks a little bit more like pigs in a blanket. First one just looks like meat wrapped in pastry dough, which the second one is meat wrapped in pastry dough. Oh my god. Anyways, I'm gonna get the game opened and then we can do the deep dive into Resident Evil. I probably should, get some more coffee or something. I believe it's a shell you're thinking of? I think so, and that name sounds about right. Wow. I put Dio Duck. It is. It's that weird guy. That shit was so fucking funny. That episode, it is a clam too. Just because I have it up, it says it right there. That episode was so fucking funny. I fucking loved it. This part of the song is so pretty. I'm gonna cry. I'm gonna fucking cry right now. You know, when you hear a song and it's like, that's the feeling. That's the feeling I want right now. That's the feeling. That's the feeling I want right now. This song was so pretty. Honestly, 10 out of 10, you guys, if you ever get a chance to see Ghost. Magnificent show. Such little freaks, and I love them. I would like this song to finish playing out. I'll get everything else set up. But I wouldn't like something like tripe that I had dim sum and now I like it. No, that's fair. Honestly, I feel like Resident Evil. I always do. Resident Evil Requiem. I feel like when you have it in the right context, because one time now sushi nearly isn't as like weird or like eclectic type of thing, but I had sushi one time when I was younger where the seaweed was just super I don't think it was fishy, but it was super salty, so it like off-kiltered all of the taste, and it really just left a bad taste in my mouth. Did not like it, so I didn't eat it for years. But now I eat it every once in a while. I was like, no, this really isn't bad. So if you have it in the right circumstances where it's like, this is a good introduction, it's flavorful and everything, it's like, oh, it's really not that bad. I want to feel of it being... I forgot that is the exact point of that song, where that is the lyric. I meant more of the whole the music. I forgot that it's the entire chorus. Shut up, Ghost. I love you though. That's so fucking fun. I volunteer as tribute. Me, please pick me. Resident Evil Requiem. We are opening. We're just sitting in silence, right? Meow. Nope, that's Discord audio. That's game sound. That's so fucking funny. I forgot that's literally that part. But drama sucks. I once had a bit of a hard shell taco. Bit of hard shell taco wrong. I bit down while the shell was kind of upright. It hurt my mouth. Made me taco foam. Oh, big bro. You said that taco hurt me. I'm never eating taco again. No, that's so real. Oh. Are we still live? OBS just crashed. We're still live, but let me restart. Prepare to die? Question mark? Yeah, we're still live, but I have the pop-up, and I know if I click yes or no, it's going to just stream, because I've done that before where I'm like, what is this gonna do? Yes, I am currently fine, Turnip, but if I hit this button, none of my buttons were working on my stream deck. Anyways, why'd you hit the button? Because it's gonna be there the whole time. And I can just blue screen, and when it blue screens, it still keeps my stream time up for that and everything. Thank you. Welcome back. I think when I opened up Requiem, it just stressed out my computer. I don't need it on that one. Jesus Christ. Because I just remembered the last time that happened. I was like, oh yeah, I thought I heard it, and then I see it, and I'm like, oh, let me just get rid of this, let me just click, and then it went by. I was like, oh, I didn't know that was gonna happen. At least this time I knew it was gonna happen. It just blue screens and it just keeps it all connected instead of like stream completely ending and then having to restart it. It works out. I'm trying to play through Resident Evil games because I've never actually played them. Turning it off. How janky. Yes, so I'm playing Resident Evil 2. No, that's completely fine. Skoma, I do highly recommend the first one. You just have to troop through it, but it is such a good fucking game. It is just, it is fixed camera angles, and it fucks with you for a reason, and it is so well done with that. It's not even janky, it's just fixed camera angles, and I love it. Fixed camera ankles? Fix your ankles. I gave up on Resident Evil 1 too. If you guys ever need help with Resident Evil 1, I literally can help you. And I say you just play Jill once and then you're done with the game, never touch it again. And when the world needed him most, he returned. There's no need to feed him because we have a fucking Leon. He's back. He's fucking back. Ow. Ow. My charm. Yeah, watch someone else play the first one. No, it's real as hell. I always highly recommend it. My friend who just got into Resident Evil series, I told him to play it. If you really struggle, that's fine. Then skip it, but you gotta at least try it. I love the fixed camera angles. I almost said fixed camera ankles. The fixed camera angles. Fixed. The the stupid locked camera angles. I've really got the fixed camera angles. The F. Really. Everything else pissed me off every time I was trying to run into a zombie. Low health, I went down a corridor. Thought I was going back. Yeah, it's the fixed camera angles. With the fixed camera angles, it does that with the controls. I crashed out on this game last night. I thought I was leaving off on a cliffhanger and I was so mad. It better not be a fucking cliffhanger. I haven't played the new Resident Evil at all, but I already bought the game. Gotta wait until tomorrow to play. That is fair. It's really good. Honestly, it is really fucking good. I'm not gonna load into it. I'm gonna load into it in a second, but I'll give it a minute. I really love this one. This one really reminds me of 1 and 2. I guess 3 as well, because 3 is also Raccoon City. It reminds me of the mansion in Raccoon City. Haven't made it yet? Okay. It better not. And by that, if they do leave it off on a cliffhanger, they better give me content soon. You mentioned the whole aiming. Be a specific angle to actually shoot the damn zombies. Just gonna watch. No, that's fair. Me and my brothers were talking about it. I used to do when you were in the hallways. If you're not looking at an enemy and then you aim, it puts you right to the enemy to aim, and that's the only way that I would tell if there was a zombie in the hallway. It looked like the 8 feet sensitive light lady from this game. Ooh, I don't know if I could do that. I also still don't have. I was having a strong with fixed ankles. I don't know why my brain wanted to say fixed ankles instead of fixed angles. The ankle and angle really got stuck in my brain. Where was the last goose I drew? Because I drew the goose in here because I don't have flashcards, right? Yeah. It also has old art things. Oh, that's Twitch packing list. I have my old art. Wow, you can't see a single fucking thing. That's my old Chat Cat Halloween stuff. Interesting. It's really good so far. I am not going to give the rundown yet just because I don't want to spoil anything. So when I load into the game, then I will explain. Where the fuck is this goose? Because I know I literally drew it. I literally drew it last time. Last stream, I literally fucking drew it. Oh, there it is. There's my Mina goose. Okay. I might give it a normal beak still. I don't remember exactly what she looked like. Maybe like that. That's gonna be my best rendition for it right now. Hold on. What's on the other side? Oh, it's just watch stuff. That's the Mina up there. That's gonna be the best rendition right now because I don't remember exactly what she looked like. All I remember is that I know one of her eyes is fucking protruding out. That's what I remember of her specifically. Whoop. Those that I'm playing through is the ones with Leon, and I'm gonna play the one with the giant dude that's invincible. You better play as Claire. So I was breaking down that whole sentence. You're not gonna play 3? And then I was trying to think, what do you mean by the giant dude? You mean Mr. Chris Redfield? My fridge? My fridge that then twinkified, and then they said, I'm sorry, here, have fridge Chris back. I was like, thank you. I'm eating good now. I am gonna load the game, so if anybody doesn't want to be spoiled, I'm just gonna sit in the safe room so I can summon my other 2 people to then explain them. This building is a hospital. It reminds me very much of the mansion and RPD. Nemesis giant dude The whole thing with the rocket launcher. Yeah, okay, so Nemesis. Okay. I'm like, big dude. Oh, I forgot I'm first person. We're just gonna immediately hit that. I also do have my Resident Evil mug today, except I just finished my coffee, so I should really fill it up, but my legs are crossed right now and I'm not really parched. Oh yeah. Oh, there he barks. What is the whole thing right? Lots of expressive. Yes, so you would be right. It is a little Nemesis. You only know him as a giant dude with the weird. That's my dog's running down the hallway. Weird tentacle arm. He's durable as fuck. Yeah. Yeah, he is pretty durable. He do got the tentacle arm. The one that's in DVD. Yeah, that would be 3. You better play as Claire. I had to explain it to my friend. It's like, you better play as Claire in Resident Evil 2. You better play Claire's story. I don't care if you play track A or track B. Or side A, side B. You better play as Claire. You're missing out on a whole other story if you don't play Claire. That's the only one that I will demand. 6, I get it. Nobody wants to play that one, but I love it. People are, though? That's exactly that. That's Claire's first game, so you're not going to know who she is. I'm playing Resident Evil 3, and let me tell you, Nemesis is really trucking after him. Dude, Nemesis really is getting his steps in. Especially with how in 3 you run around a lot. Like, you're in a... Is it just the fucking mailman? Just the fucking mailman, bro. The dogs are like, it's a fucking mail. It's a fucking mail. Stop it. Stop it, you guys. Anyways, ow. Yeah, that's Claire's literal first game. So you're not gonna know who she is. But it has other not playable, but like other like characters who play in the story that are very important. You can fight Nemesis with only my hands go mono-y mono. Iridium wine day? Fuck yeah. Tell me how much money you make with that turnip. What do you put in the basement? What are those ones? Those chunky ones. I'm in the part in Resident Evil 2 where you meet the top with the chunk taken out of his stomach and he gives you a journal. Oh, so you just started the game. Is what I'm hearing. Okay, you're track A. Let's just say side A. Stands before gassed. Yeah, what do you put it? You said cheese? So you said milk? I think that's what you told me the one time. I'm gonna see what's in my pockets and figure out what I need to do. I have 4 bullets. Didn't know that. I still don't know what to do with that, but I'm gonna go do something else before I try to do this. I'm not gonna go anywhere right now. Remy. Freaking sorry, I can't speak anything right now. I'm like, oh, please let me not butcher your fucking name. But I will start playing momentarily. So if you don't want to be spoiled. That's just an FYI for you. I was doing wine at first, and I realized I can make cheese faster. That's fair. Quite. I can explain in a second. I think I'm gonna take these. I'm gonna try to drop those off. I think I can get that. I don't know. I do like we have antique coins in this game again, but I love how they look. I think there's 2. No, they are the same. They're all these like little antique coins, little metal coins. Very cute. You come back when I'm completely... Yes! That's why I'm like, I'm giving you the heads up. We will be starting. Right now, I'm just in the safe room, just looking at stuff. But I will start explaining. So, that is okay. Because I do highly recommend playing this game. If you ain't gonna play it, like my silly little other goobers who aren't gonna play it probably for a little bit and rather watch it, that's why I'm here. So actually I can show through these things. Oh, no. Okay. So we went to Rinwood. We start off in Rinwood because we go back to where we see it in the trailers of where her mother was murdered. And that's what that first trailer was. Even like the reveal trailer where he's just like, I need you to go investigate this. We go there. She gets bitten. Keynote, she gets bitten by this zombie. Also, you saw the one guy turn. Nice tell you. Yes, bye. Honestly, everything right now. This whole beginning part is like the trailer So that's the only... This opening is trailer talk. Lisa. Oh, so sad, so sad. But we go to this old hotel who, honestly, this hotel was really nice. Really nice? Really nice. But it shut down due to, this no disclosure, because of the incident that happened with her and her mother. So her and her mother got this place closed because her mother had to go die there. Had to be murdered there, and the staff was murdered too. So there's that whole thing. So we see that, but we also see where she hid her journal, which we took her journal, which I think was just this. We didn't really get that much information from it. Ooh, I like how that is. But anyway, she gets murdered by this hooded figure. Whatnot. We go back there to go investigate because there's been a strain of Raccoon City survivors dying. And so they just found one guy there. So that's the reason she went there. And then the cop who lets us in then comes back after we went, oh, okay, okay. You know who her father is? If not, what if it's Leon? That would be very funny. I don't think we ever get an explanation of who her father is. I don't know. I would have to look at that. Murdered? Kind of glossing over the fact that they were also... There was also a fire. The fire happened at the same time her mother died, okay? The man tripped over and, like, burnt the place. It didn't completely burn. She was still right next to the fire on her... God, if you go back and watch this to Quiet and Kai, the way that they portrayed her panic attack and, like, anxiety and just everything all at once was so fucking good because they showed her mom and she's, like, calm and composed, like, stressed out, but, like, calm and composed. And then it turns to Grace. Grace is fucking drenched in sweat because she is panicking, and it's so cool. It was the little things like that. But when Grace does get there, the first instinct that we did make fun of Grace, me and Doc definitely were stressed out about, is because there was, hi Coco, we're explaining everything for our two little silly little guys. We found a picture that was hanging on the wall that wasn't there a second ago. So now suddenly there's a picture hanging on the wall, and it was a picture of us. And so then Grace gets stressed out because then she hears a door close, and then she puts down her backpack and fumbles in it to pull out her gun because her gun wasn't on her. She's an FBI trained agent, but the gun was in her backpack. Yeah. And we lost our shit at that point. She really, because is always covered in sweat. She's always in a cold sweat, like anxiety. Even like if you watch her too, Doc, when you play, like she fidgets with her hand a lot. She's trying to like calm herself down. She's a very anxiety girly. FBI issued gun. That's so fucking funny. Grace is just a wee little baby. But from then, we still clowned her a little bit more because we're like, why doesn't she have backup? She should have called for backup, because then she went further into the hotel like, okay, gonna investigate more. And then she goes up to her old room where her and her mom had stayed the night of her mom's murder. Because there's a little radio playing. We get in there. And then the bed is covered in pictures of her and her mom. And her with her mom. Just like pictures of her and her mom in general. All over the bed. And then she sits down. Like we have the flashback at that point, but then she sits down. And so when we get back to her, she's sitting on the floor. And it's like, why the fuck are you sitting on the floor? I would be out of here. And then the phone rings. Very funny because she picks up the landline from the hotel. That doesn't work. It's a cell phone on the bed. So then she picks that up. I don't remember what that fucking says on the phone. Actually. I kind of blanked out. But she hangs it up. And that's where Kai saw a little bit, because then we go downstairs and then the cop guy turns on us because something bit him in the neck. Something stung him. No bite. Something stung him. It's just a game. Ooh. Okay, thank you. The extra lore that we have is from Doc. The gun lore, which I do love. God, the Requiem is so pretty. But then that zombie fucking turns on us. Yes. Keynote, he didn't get bit, which I was like, get the fuck away from me, bro. His truly quiet. I don't know if you saw it, but when he fucking turned, it is so visceral. It is one of my favorite, like, zombie, like, turning moments, because there is the one point where we hit him on the ground after he's turned, that then he revels on the floor, and it is... I was scared, because I'm like, Get the fuck away from me. Yes, we will get there, Doug. We will get there. But so we see that, then Grace runs upstairs, she gets bit, and then is like, oh, we push the zombie out of the building at that point. But we do get bit by the zombie. That's just a note from there. We get bit. It's very eepy that night. You were just like watching in a haze, like, okay. No, real as hell quiet. That's why I'm like, I don't know if you saw that part, because Kai said, thought and went and then turned my phone. You said, look at this. Look at this graph. But Grace does get bit by this zombie, and we're just gonna take note of that because kind of don't know anything about that right meow, for me at least in the game. We do push the zombie out the window, and then she's like, hey, the light is on here in this decommissioned building. The light is on. So then she goes upstairs, and the creepy guy from the trailer, he's there. And then he kidnaps Grace. He chokes her out and like kidnaps her because the door locks. I don't know how he makes the door lock, but I want you to know that Grace is about yay high. Grace does seem very small. Saw something completely naked crawl across the fucking window. Oh, don't worry about it. It's gonna be a fun time with that thing. I know exactly where you are, and I know exactly what you just ran into. Grace is about yay high. She seems very small, but like, that's fine. This guy is about like this tall. Mind you, then we see this guy again choke out Leon. And Leon's about, okay, so here's Grace. Leon's about here, because Leon is taller. That guy's still, like, all the way up here. I don't know what the fuck he is. I swear to God, he's a fucking tyrant, because he's weirdly pale, and even in his old picture, he looks weird. He just looks weird. He's just weird. He's a freak. But anyways, I will... I need Nessie. I need Nessie for this. Because I laughed so hard. Last stream, Leon's pistol. Oh, okay. Why are you using that gun? I understand it's a decent gun, but it's a massive issue that it might go off by itself. Oh, interesting. Okay. So the guy chokes out Grace. He chokes her out, and like her head goes to the side because she's like passed out, and he's just like holding her, like the whole end of the cutscene, he's just like holding her as she's just like dangling there, and it was so funny because it's just like I was losing it because she's just like dead hanging, and he's just still just hanging on to her. So funny. So then we cut to Leon, then we jump as Leon, and it's Leon and Sherry working together. And I want to make note that Leon does have the goopy on his hand right now, which we've seen from the trailers. And Sherry does say, we're running out of time. So I'm suspicious if Sherry has it too. Because later on, when we meet the guy, something just disconnected from my computer, the guy does say the umbrella curse. Don't know what that means. So we're gonna delve into that more, probably when we play Leon. But... he gets to one place. I don't know why he went to that one place, but there was a police investigation there. And then they were talking about, yeah, there's this one cop who went missing or died. I don't remember what it was. I know the answer, yeah, you do. And you can shut your whore mouth. You can shut your mouth. Sit in the back of the class. Okay. Mutation, that's what I'm thinking. It's definitely something from the Raccoon City virus. Also, at this point, Leon actually has been introduced to multiple viruses, so I also wouldn't doubt that. He's been through a couple of different viruses and, virus, parasites, you know? Got it? Shutting up? Sit. You can sit your little butt down. Keep that information and put it in your pocket, and then when we get to it, then you can explode. Implode. But when we get to Leon, then we get that, and Sherry sends him, this is suspect number 1, which is the same creepy dude we just saw take Grace. So same guy. And so he drives over to the hotel, and then as he's pulling up to the hotel, I made note of, is nobody gonna pay attention to this? Because that guy, really tall guy, just walks out with Grace over his shoulder, just like da-da-dee-da-da, and no one makes note until one woman does. But then Leon gets out of his car and just stares at him like, that's the man. I'm getting sick and tired of that music. Not really. Shut up and disappear. You're not allowed to disappear. You sit here. You just sit here anxiously and wait till you can talk about it. You're not allowed. Nobody says anything. Nobody said fucking anything until that one woman just like, is she fine? Is she good? And then that's when we see, oh yeah, you said his name. His name was Victor, right? I kind of keep on calling him just Tyrant. I'm sorry, I just saw the pinned message from Turnout. I'm only bi-weekly. That really just made me giggle. At that point, we see him shoot multiple people, and as we see later, it turns out to be more than just like the 5 he shot in that scene. He shot a little bit more, but he shoots them with these little needles that inject them with a little virus, and so that's the sting that the cop was talking about. Victor? Okay. Mr. Victor. Anyways, yeah, he walks off and escapes, and we then fight some zombies in the streets, and that's when we kind of just learn Leon's combat because he has an axe, the Requiem, and a normal pistol. From there, we just kind of end there because he gets away. And then we see Grace. And Grace wakes up in a new place, upside down, getting her blood taken from her. And that's where we're at currently. We did face a monster that does not like light. Leon did shoot her in the head, though. So she's dead. So we just had to work, get out of there, then we got out of there, and then we met up with Leon, and by that, Leon saved our ass, and then we literally switched places, and now he's locked in the dark zone because he got choked out by Victor, so I don't know where he is right now, and now we have been trying to get out of this hospital, which is this hospital. It's a very nice hospital. It reminds me very much of the mansion because it has proper, like, there's like a parlor, like a rich person place. There was this one singing zombie. Doc said there's another one, and I'm very excited to see that. There's some really weird zombies. I have to go over here, but there's a really big guy in the hallway right here. There's also a chef, which I'm gonna go interact over here with this one. There's a chef who's just been fucking scaring the shit out of me everywhere. Did hit him with a door once. I don't really feel bad about that. But we're trying to get out of this door. The next place that I have to go is on this side because I need to get over here. I also need to get this. Or I need to go upstairs. But right now, I unfortunately have activated the Crimsons. Which I don't think they're Crimsons, but they're close enough to the Crimson in the sense of it's the same type of gist with it. So yeah. About this game, one is that Leon is going to be in the... going to be the Anvil... Okay, the other one is that the Umbrella Corporation was using babies. I almost thought that said we're using baddies for experiments. No, babies for experiments. She's one of those experiments. Stealing her blood. Fair. I like it. I like the theories. Those needles to kill the chef. They call it the blister heads. Okay, blister heads. That makes more sense. I'd just been saying crimson heads because I couldn't remember what they called it, and you know, close enough. They're running at me like that. I did, unfortunately. So this is like the easiest one to get to over here, Doc. I did, in fact, just leave a crimson right. Actually, I left a crimson right there. So that's my bad. I left him right there. In the end, it's going to cause some generational crash outs. Actually, true. If they kill him. Yeah, that's fair. Okay, so I'm gonna go over here. But yeah, I will say with this game, we have 2 perspectives. So we have Grace, and we're in first person, but in Leon's, we are in third person, which is the recommended for this. You can change it for either one, and you can change it mid-game, I'm pretty sure. Calm down, Grace. Do I have a gun? Grace, pull out that gun, please. This place is beautiful, but for Quiet and Kai, that's just about the gist. I really haven't gotten that far because I'm still here. Sorry, I got really stressed out. I don't know where the chef is. I clipped the point of when I was like, is he dead? Okay, so he's not changing. Oh, I need 6? User manual increases the blood. Oh, okay. I would like this. Okay. Push Grace to third person because I felt weird playing her in first. That's fair. That's fair. You know what we can do? Let her ride. With all the cool guns and stuff they've added, I absolutely adore another. Oh. I would adore another Outbreak game. I would like a really large like game like that with a whole to play with a whole bunch of friends. I think that'd be really fun. And getting beefier? Hell yeah. I'm glad. Like, I'm glad. If that's what you want, I'm happy for you, Skoma. Also, do you still want me calling you Skoma? I like just stuck with that. Gamba. Okay, please don't be over here. I just want to drop that off. That's scary over there. Also, tell me why my flashlight is G. I have not moved it, but my flashlight is G. Oh, would you like to see the big guy I was talking about, though? Oh, I closed the door. Call me that anyways? Hell yeah, okay. If you ever want me to call you something else, like, it's like, okay, this is the new name. We're sticking with this. Just tell me. Oh, I hate all the noise. I have my good headphones on right now. First picks up. Spread it. God, they're so noisy. I do need to solve this. But I don't think I have like the info for this. Be honest. So I'm gonna try to do that. I need to get through that hallway. Does it take a lot to... Do I have scraps on me at all? We have that. I can turn that into that. I really would like to make another injector. Because, so I made it oopsie, and in there is 2 crimsons. I look to my left, Denji. I look to my right. I forget who says on that side. These guys, the fucking ring stink up poo. That's stuck in my head. Ice cream? Though, because I've been coughing a lot. I hope you do feel better soon. Hopefully it's not a bad round of, oh my god, my ears, of sickness. What type of, did you get your favorite type of ice cream? Or like, or do you have a variety? Gamba. But I feel good before Friday. Fair, real as hell. Take some medicine, get lots of rest, drink lots of water, eat more ice cream. Did he open this door? No, he didn't. Okay, so I left an equipment in there. There's some stuff there, but I think I'm all full up. I'd really like to analyze. Nuh-uh. No water. The fuck you mean nuh-uh? I could go around this way. There's just one zombie right there I could just run past. But I need to get over here in general. I could just go up and find the corrosive. Where the fuck am I? Yes, this way. It's right here. Because I need to get to that, but I don't know if I have the key to get that, and I'm quite scared to go there with that big guy. So I love this spooky naked wall crawler. That's fair. A good precaution you have taken. Holy shit. The noise is so in my ear this time. Oh my god. I had my other headphones on last time when we played this. This feels so much more in my ear. Okay. We can see if the big guy would like to appear, then you can look at the big guy because I had a... Yeah, it didn't feel as bad last time, Kai, but because I have my other headphones in, which kind of softens the noise, but since this one's directly in my ear, oh my god, this sounds fucking awful the way it bangs around. Because I have 2 zombies in here right now, but I have this guy in the hallway making the noise. Has locked. Bunch of... Did anybody see me? No, okay. A bunch of random info in my brain. Like I know Kai's favorite ice cream is raspberry. It said, this is important to know for later. Keep it. I want to see if he appears over here. Is he moving at all? No, he's staying. She's still cleaning the floor. Shh. Also, these zombies still talk. I'm so over... You know when you get overstimulated? It's like there's so much noise in my head. There is so much noise happening. I think he's just... Over here? Sorry, I was getting a phone call on my phone, but it just turned white for a second. So I have a top of the freezer. I'm just too lazy to grab some. Fair. Get some more maybe tomorrow or today. Later. Have somebody get it, you know? Maybe. I think he's over here right now. I kind of want... I don't know if I should go up. Or if I should just head over there. I really want to get in here. Because he won't be able to get in there. And I don't think I killed... I don't think I killed a zombie in there. But I have 2 crimsons in there. And I don't know what happened. I did just save. So I could just say fuck it. And ball. How long have we... Okay. I did sit and explain a lot of stuff. I kind of want to see if he walks over here. May take several hours. Just a few hours. That's okay. Oh god, he's getting louder. Pride and Prejudice. Isn't that one of Shannon's favorite book? Oh my god. I think he's getting over here. Oh, big guy incoming. He broke my fucking door. Wait, that was very rude. That's the big guy. Oh, he still has his pants on. Oh, he like barely fits in that hallway. Okay, so he's slow in the hallways. Got me books? Oh, what books? What books did he get you? Oh my god. He broke my fucking door though, I won't lie. My ears are so overwhelmed. It's like stressing me out. And then I have these 2 fuckers, and I don't have like grenades or anything. Doc, when I was messaging you about this game and I said, yeah, I think I kind of fucked myself over with this because I have so many crimsons everywhere. This is what I mean. I left the blister heads. I have 2 in here. I don't have an injector though because I don't have scraps. If I take 1 out, I probably could. I think I might just sacrifice. Yeah, I'm just gonna have to sacrifice that so I can get 1 of these. Oh, because it's only 1. It's not only 1. Okay, so it's only 1 in there now, but I'll take that. The problem with Resident Evil 2 is that there's not enough inventory space. That's why you have a chest and you have to pick up more inventory space. Let's take so many bullets. But they only take 1 revolver round. Okay. Would it... I don't know if it's worth risking... Oh my god. 1 of my revolver rounds. I don't have it on me right now, but I'm in a place where I can go get it. How much space do I have? Because I can make more now. I just don't know if I'm going to be able to craft it. You know, because I don't know how much it's going to take. But that's what that is. I was like, where did my blood thing go? I do still have bottles. I painted the walls, everybody. Okay, he's right there. I think it's worth... Okay. Because I did get 1 bullet, and at least it clears at this, and the only thing I have to worry about is that guy in the hallway, which is horrifying, but you know, a lot better. Was that a zombie right there? Oh! Why was girly right there? Why was the girly right there? Okay. And weapon locker. That's like getting a new gun. That means less space. Well... That's why you just have to balance out what you got. Oh, I have 2 scraps in my pocket, bro. Oh, we're saving this. Wait, give me the other scrap. I should probably save some scraps. I do have... Oh, are the rare metals for that? Do I have a health with me? I do not. I think I'm going to make 1. Take care of that. So that room's... Oh, I need some more blood. Some more blood. Did I leave some in there? There's some in there that she was cleaning up. Nope. Nope. This one. Am I? It's the gallery. I don't know if this chick is gonna turn, but I would like to get that and some of this. But I did leave, I think he's dead, because he popped. I think his head popped. But I did leave some dead bodies right there. Bar lounge has some. The restroom has some, but I don't know if she's dead. I did think I blasted her with the revolver on accident. Dining room has some, but I don't know if there's zombies right there. I think we're gonna go over here. I think maybe I blast him. I blast that one guy. Do these not stack? No, they don't. Okay. How much money pays for therapy every year? Because can't tell me. He doesn't have therapy. He literally has PTSD, and he formed a drinking problem. You don't really see it in the video games, but in the animated movies, because those ones correlate with the video games, he literally has a drinking problem. Because he has PTSD. I could go up here. Let me see what these guys turned into. You always have at least 5 revolver. I don't. I have 1. Truth be told, I can't craft any right now, and I've only found 1 bullet somewhere. If this bitch turns. Oh, I should have brought my lockpick. Okay. Okay, we're looking better. 60 should be enough for 1. Oh yeah, I popped him like a gusher. 20 here. Gonna go to work. Have a safe travel to work. How much can I hold in this? No, I'll leave that and I'll come back for it. I think there's still a little bit. I never even shot her. Taking as much as I can then. The girl you're playing as is the daughter of somebody we've met in previous game. Yes and no. You probably have never met her personally. I want to go analyze it, but I'm not going to. I think I might try to go get my lockpick and just get that so I have all that stuff already. I can make another one. I think I just take out that 1 crimson. I have 1 safety bullet with me. And then I really should take out the chef, but he's just kind of just an anomaly to me. It's so funny watching him appear in different places. My bullets, my bottle. I don't. Oh, lockpick. Lockpick. That's what we went to do. Okay. But yeah, she is the daughter of Alyssa Ashcroft, who is in Resident Evil Outbreak, which takes place at the same time as 2 and 3, because it takes place during the Raccoon City outbreak. But it's not a main title game. Please don't turn, please don't turn, please don't turn. God. Genuinely, this is scary. Is there anything right here? No, there's just more blood in there. I'm just gonna say goodbye to this area for right now then. I do like that. That lady was really cool. Say I was ready for a new player. No, real as hell. Most people don't know about Outbreak too, but it's like, yeah, she was in a main game. It's the one with, I think I said like 5. I think it's like 8 actually. Different characters you can play, but she is one of those survivors of the Raccoon City outbreak. Store that one. I'm gonna keep the bottles. I'm gonna go kill that Crimson, and then, you know, we have a safe room, and then I just have to worry about that guy. I hope this chick isn't right here. Why is she walking around? I'm really thirsty, bro. I talked so much. I need like my caramel candy that I used to eat. Based off of Russian. Is she coming after me? I think she is. Okay, so I need to... that's where one guy imploded. Fuck. I just have to.
Oh, what the fuck?
Girly, I don't know, bro. He fucking imploded. I don't have a health on me. That's the only thing I didn't grab. Freak. Oh, shit. Girly, why did you follow me? I want nothing to do with you. Okay. Yeah, you're right. You're right. I didn't do any mess. Oh my god. Oh my gosh. Oh my god, bro. She put a pep in her step. She put a pep in her step. She was really mad I made a mess. I did make a mess. Won't lie. I won't lie. I did, in fact, make a mess. Their guts and blood are all over that wall. Okay, well, we're gonna put that away now because I don't have... I'm using a lot of the health that I don't like. That I am. Combine. I should just make a full one. If I use this right now, I'll be at full health. But I feel like I'm using a lot. Assault revolver, which that means... meant for... Oh! Wait, so that's why it's like a chunky, like, hit when we shoot it. Oh, I didn't put oil in my hair. I'll do that in a second, because I think I want to get up and get something to drink. Ugh. I really hate using this right now. I'm not going to. I refuse. So I kind of want to cripple that lady. That sounds very dramatic. But I want to get her out of the... The other guy isn't too... Oh. He doesn't like noise. I want him to take out her. Yeah! Thank you, sir. I should have used that other guy upstairs. I don't think she's dead, but she looks very funny. It's so... Genuinely, this game is really spooky. She might become a Crimson later, but you know. I can use him to hit her again. It's just... Like, right now we're playing as Grace, who really isn't experienced at all. So, like, it's really fun being in a situation where, like, your character is weak. I didn't close that door. I looked to my left. Also, I love that my feet track blood on it. It's really fun. Can I make anything? I can't make shit. But I could make some extra ink ribbons. Oh, that's another cool thing. Quiet. This game has standard mode classic and standard mode modern, which means modern is like how the rest of the remakes have been, where you can just save when you want to. But then they have classic, which is ink ribbons, and I think that's really fucking cool. Instead of just making it a harder difficulty as ink ribbons, it's just a classic mode, and I really like that. And so that's what I'm on, which you can make ink ribbons using the blood and empty ink ribbon tins. You can make a new one. So I have one ink ribbon I do really need to get, which is over here. There's an empty tin there, but you can make some, and I think that's so cool. But I really like that. It loses its spookiness when you play third person. I can see that, and that's why Gar was very adamant of like, no, keep it. I don't want to wait for him. I don't think I killed anybody in here. Okay, so we're gonna do this. My favorite minigame. Okay. That does that. That does that. Oop. Oh, I could turn it. There we go. Okay, I can see them better now. I need to get it so that... I really like this. This little like mini game reminds me of Jurassic Park when she's hacking. Oh, but I just need that one now. Oopsie. That is that. When I shoot a zombie as Grace and it gives me the melee attack prompt. FYI. Yeah, Grace literally just pushes them. Which I really like because then you play Leon and you fucking deck them. Frickety frickety frick. Fuck. I don't know why. Oop. Keep it like there. I want to use my brain for this, but I'm just not. It's so perfect, and I just click that and it gets all of them, but I need these all. I saw how many fucking steps I was on. Conversions 74. I said, oh. I'm gonna skip it. But then that's gonna off kilter that. Oh, my brain makes somewhat sense of this. My brain only wants to do half of the work. That's what I'm saying, quiet. It reminds me of Jurassic Park. I don't want to. Because that's how many things are connected to them. If I do that, then just do that. But then this one's still going to change this one. If I click that, that's going to do all those. I need... It's the same thing there. I don't want to think. That does a lot of them. I don't want to think, bro. Banana bread? Eric did? Hell yeah. I'm doing a great job of turning them all off. Ooh, but that does that. If I click that one, it's gonna do all those, and I'm gonna get stuck with one again. Do I want to do this right now? Okay. Okay, just kidding. I don't want to hear all these noises. Go back on the computer game. Computer game again. Hello and welcome to I'm shit at. I'm good at puzzles. Oh god. There we go. I just don't want to think. I did the first one so easy. I was like, oh yeah, that clicks that and that clicks that. This one's just not computing in my brain. Oh. Is this thing on the side? It is. That's probably why I overloaded my computer. I should really shut my mouth up. Wow. I found the hip pouch. Now I just need to find... Yeah, you should be able to find a hip pouch almost in every single section. I think it's 3 upgrades in 2. Get away from me, Leon's melee. I'm gonna stomp your skull in. Yeah, dude, the one that I did? Oh my god, yeah. Also, I fucking hated that. I struggled with that so much and then I judged myself for it and then bam, instantly got it. Okay. So this just opens this. My brain thought it opened all that, but that's okay. I had to get some things done. I don't like hearing him. What are you talking about? Oh. Guess what, guys? How much pocket space do I have? Star Wars and stabilizers, which I don't think I can yet. Oh, I can make that into a med injector. How much does this cost? Rare metals. Oh, you make 2 with it. Yeah, because I fell through a floor. I know exactly what part you're talking about. I avoid that at all costs because it does scare me. Hello? Okay. I thought a zombie like appeared. Was it just him? Anyways, guys, guess what? Playing a game again. Leon has a finisher where he shoots a zombie in the face. Oh, I like that. I did the last one in 2. I don't think I ever want to click that one. I think this might be a good one to click because it does all that. Oh, but I'm still gonna need to do that one. These partners reek up poo. Oh, I think I fucked this one. No, because I need that. There's something in my eye. I need it off kilter or something. No, it's too. That was too off kiltered. Oh, I did it. It makes me feel so fun. Dude, no, it's so powerful and then you go as Grace, it's like, okay, this is fine. Oh. Okay, so I need to get that, collector upgrade. So I need more, scraps. In this economy, it sounds like there's another zombie out there. Oh, did I miss it in here? Ah, yes. Oh, a piece of note. November 30th, 2004. That's so weird. My master's research has come to fruition. And that child, she must be the final piece of the puzzle. I need to get my hands on the child's data. I'm sure this will bring me closer to his vision. December 8th, 2004. The organization was able to get me the child's medical records. It was lacking a certain area, but did have her genetic information I can use. Ooh. No, I have not. I don't think. Well, obviously don't tell me who the fuck Chunk is. But no, is it a normal human? Because no. I've only been acquainted with zombies. I really want to check out over here. So I feel like I have to wait till he's down that hallway, which is not a long, like, there was not a lot of wiggle rooms. Won't say? Okay, yeah, that's why I'm like, obviously don't tell me, but at the same time I'm like, who the fuck is Chunk? I guess I'll just meet. I'm still on like early parts of Grace. Because I'm like, is this Chunk? This guy? I don't know what this guy's name is. I do not like him. I feel like it would be better. Hello? Did I leave? Oh. Oh, I left some zombies over there, didn't I? I have a stabilizer. Or, what is this called? I have an injector. What does it look like? The giant guy in the hallway. I'm kind of waiting until he comes back this way. But I think he's all the way down the hallway. What did I hear next to me? Oh my god, is it raining outside? In the game? Oh, I think he's heading this way. Oh yeah, I think he's heading this way. No, Grace, do not push that door open. The big fat guy? Yeah, that big fat guy. Oh, yep. He's there or he's there, because that window's open. Or he's above me? Actually, what's directly above me? I don't think it's like that. Room 203. Come on. That's Chunk. Okay, so that is Chunk. I'm like, I have a suspicion that that's Chunk, because that sounds like an appropriate name for him. But I'm unsure. Yep, that guy. That guy right there. I don't think he goes. Does he go all the way down? Like, that's not a lot of room for me to run. That guy? That guy right there? Do you think he saw me? I didn't like that. Is he gonna break my door? Okay, so he didn't break my door, and I do appreciate that. Sorry, Grace. I keep on pressing R to reload because I'm just nervous. You can kill him as Grace? 3 injectors? That said 2 or 3 revolver shots. That's crazy. Oh my god, Grace, fucking, I hate that. Okay, that's... Oh my god. Okay, so that's a level 2 door. Another reward for killing him? Yeah, sure. I mean, I get... Oh, do you get an antique coin? Do any of the special ones? Because when we killed the one singing lady, we got an antique coin from her. That gave me a lot of anxiety. Oh, we still have that safe. That gave me a lot of fucking anxiety. I need to do this. I think I need to go upstairs and get that. Oh my god. It's really stressed me out. That made me faint of heart. Not to be like an old dramatic lady. Oh, he's still there. Yeah, it's fine, Grace. He can't see us. He just doesn't like noise. Okay, I am also gonna run to the restroom, so I'm gonna... Oh, I made him mad. because I started running. So what do we have in our pockets? Okay, I'm gonna put this away because I have plenty. Keep that. I'm gonna put that away. I'm gonna put this away because I can't use it right now. Keep that. I still have organs, so I'm just gonna store that because the organs are right there. And I don't know how to solve that right now. Keep a health with me. Stabilizer that. 2 singers give antique coins. The chef gives the pantry. Charm that gives you a chance to avoid fatal damage. So I should go kill the chef right meow is what you're telling me. Also, I'm gonna pause the game. I'm gonna leave you guys with a nice little music. I have Nessie, don't worry. I've been forgetting to put Nessie out. So here's Nessie. I'm gonna be right back and run to the restroom and get something to drink because I'm quite parched. And then we'll continue. You just grab this. I know. Oh, hi, Liger. I'm actually gonna stand at this moment. If you heard me, shout in the hallways, because Loki jumped our oldest cat. He just like fucking jumped her ass and then took off. I was like, what the fuck, you little shit? Love you, but God, don't attack the grandma. Grace technically shot him once in the head with the revolver, then used a needle to stab him. I should go stab the chef then. I want in that pantry. I do like that you get little like rewards for them. So the big guy's gonna take a lot, but I feel like that is worth killing him. But I also don't know if I want to use all that to get those things. I already have a charm at least, so I'm not too worried about Chunk. But I like the chef. Exactly the number because I watch Jacksepticeye do it. No. Not really. I mean, I don't really think it's worth for me because I already have a charm. And I like this charm and I don't want to have too many charms, mainly because they take a pocket space. They take a fucking pocket space. Well, so thank you, Gway. Charlie. Gets an achievement? Probably. I'll see if it's worth it later on. Should I keep my... I can make more bullets for my Requiem. It costs 80 though, but it does make 2. Let me see if the little girl has anything to say. Nope. He's still dead. Okay, wait, what am I doing? Should I even waste my time? I would like to get through this area. I kind of want to get in the pantry, though. I don't know where he is, though. I think I left him over here. Yeah, I think the chef is over there. I'm gonna worry about getting, because I still have to get one more. One more cube, so I'll come back to the chef. Also, I'm not too worried about achievements right now. You stay dead, man. Oh god, their bodies look so... She had nice lipstick on. So where's my little friend here? Oh, I really want to break that. He's not gonna bug you, Grace, okay? You leave him alone. He leaves us alone. If there's anything in here. No, nothing. Okay. Oh my god, Quiet, he's talking about you. He's a big fan of you, Quiet. That was actually kind of creepy. Anything else? From Nap.
Hello, gamers. I have arisen from Mount Nap.
Welcome from Mount Nap. I honestly... kind of want to... Spooky. Okay. I'm sorry, sir. I just wanted the bullets. Let me go put the ink ribbon away. Then... should I keep the ink ribbon on me? Entice you by saying killing the chef is a challenge. Yes! I mean, I think I will kill the chef. I don't think I'm gonna worry about killing Chunk. I do actually really like keeping the chef around because he keeps on popping up in different areas.
Also, B, how are you? I miss you and I love you.
So I'll probably kill the chef. I don't think I'll kill Chunk. But the chef right now I think is somewhere else, so I'm not gonna worry about him too much. And by that I think he's in the dining room, because he popped up somewhere else. Okay, now I can go about my works here.
Quiet.
Oh, sorry, quiet. I'm just repeating what he's saying. So I've killed him. You know, fair. Where is he? Do we have eyes on the little freak? Oh, he's over there. Okay. Quiet's big fan is in that corner.
Good. Damn it.
I'm very scared. I went so silent. Chase me into the parlor? That's fair. Why the residents are really scaring me. Is he gonna come back up here? I'm so traumatized. Okay, he doesn't need to be like that dramatic. What's this? Oh! What do I for the save? 30, 10, 50. Okay. Is there anything else that I missed here? No, it's just the blood there. Okay. I'm so stressed. Wish I have duties. I used to do it then. My way. My Shayla. I really don't want to kill this girlie. She's so cute. You're shitting me, bro. You're the issue. Oh my god! Oh, Grace. Okay, girlie, calm down over there. You know, I am really glad. Do I not have space? Okay, let me take care of this girlie first. What do I got in my pockets? What if we make another one? just gonna... Oh. Oh. Don't worry about it. This room is slightly a mess. We're not gonna... Don't worry about it. We'll clean up. She's just singing a little song over there. What I call it is... was... Is there anything else on the floor from them? No. It's just inject, inject. She's just minding her own business. I'm out of ammo. Oh my god, she's right there. I didn't see her. Ow. Ooh. I'm not gonna lie. I didn't see her. It just looks like... I didn't see her coming around the fucking corner. Oh! Oh, I can't do that. I can't do that. I can't do that. Jump. What is she? Oh god. Okay. Bottle? Corrosive. Put that down.
This'll do.
Oh no, I picked up the important item. Oh, what's this? Okay. Oh, Martin, oh, that was stressful. I'm not good at this. Symptoms auditory sensitivity. Following the experiment with an overdose of... Okay, thanks for all this information. The subject started to have auditory hallucinations that became aggressive and difficult to control. The subject exhibits erratic behavior when exposed to loud noises. Elaine Zimmerson. Sounds... persistent vocalization and wandering. The surgical removal of some cranial nerves resulted in a type of histrionic personality disorder that can be only described as main character syndrome. The patient continues to wander around the care center singing. And this is the other one. As she's competing with her rival. So the two singers were little rivals. That's kind of funny. I'm not gonna lie, I'm very stressed being in here. Give me your antique coin. I am once again out of bullets. I guess she must have tumbled this way, and so that I didn't see her. I don't like this. You know when you get a key item? Hey, so like everything's quiet, and I love quiet in our community. Quiet's great, but I don't like quiet in the game. I don't like when it's quiet in the game. I don't hear chunk. Are you? I don't think you can come alive. Well, you're just gonna stay like that. I'm gonna save. I feel unsafe. I came in here. I hard focused a singer, and that's when... Hello? Hello?
Miss Ashcroft. Come in. Oh, no.
Okay, quiet. That's what I mean. You see how tall that freak
I was
is?
just looking for Dr. Richardson.
Why did you kidnap me?
Kidnap you? I liberated you.
I never did that. You liberated me? I don't think that's how that works.
Oh, forgive me. Dr. Victor Gideon. I run this center. It took forever to find you. You're not like other people, you know.
You're not like other girls.
You're quite
Please don't.
unique.
He makes me so uncomfortable.
Through you, Elpis can finally be.
What the
set
fuck is
free.
Elpis? I don't like his teeth. I know the rest of him is really gross, but I really don't like his teeth.
Because my master made you who you are.
Please shut the fuck up.
Phase 2.
Discord outfit. To look great. You know, I honestly could see that. I don't like that. Keep the isolation ward closed, you know, I don't want to go there. Don't look at me.
Would you like to see what's hidden under the hood?
No, no, I don't. Keep that hood closed. Keep that. Grace, I don't think that's gonna hold him.
Grace!
Grace is kind of smart.
Grace!
Also, he had no trouble with that door.
Grace! Grace!
There's no escaping your destiny.
And she's remaining calm. Look at that. Good job. Good job, Grace. I'm stressed as fuck though, Grace. Grace, I'm scared he's right there. Grace, I'm scared he's right there. I'm scared he's right there, Grace. Okay, he's not, but I was really scared. Like crusty? They look, yeah. Victor looks, Mr. Gideon looks really good. His teeth disturb me the most, which is so funny because you know there's the rest of him, but his teeth really make me uncomfortable. Okay, I was not expecting to see him there. I kind of saved.
What the fuck does he mean, destiny?
Grace, I honestly no fucking clue, but obviously we're a science experiment. Sorry. Also, I like how he's looking for the other doctors. I think everybody's dead here, bro. You kind of let loose the, Oh, hold on. Is it the same? Same freaking... What did this say? Oh, hold on. My eye. He does. Oh, especially no, bro. When he I keep on saying choked out. He literally just strangled both Grace and Leon. Star Sun. Moon Sun. Oh my god. My side is hurting. Star, Sun, Moon, Sun. He like just like the way he choked out Grace and Leon both each time, then just like held them there like a fucking freak. He makes me so uncomfortable, but like it's a job well done. He's meant to do that. Can be within, yeah. I concur. Oh, it's a little button. Oh. There is like a piece of something. Okay, so we're gonna go get that, and then we'll do that. Yeah, we're gonna read this. Oh, okay. Oh, hey, so you know when I had that little suspicion about him being a tyrant? Now that I am seeing him right as... No... Yeah, as as master, and his master is Mr. Spencer, who's the lead scientist and director and like creator of Umbrella. I kind of think he was an science experiment, and I kind of think he's a tyrant because there ain't no way that tall fucker is real. Master Spencer's research, Victor Gideon. Mutated T-virus strain. Heron documents a theory that Heron documents a theory that uses the T-virus to control memories and will. Okay, this research shall serve as a guiding light for all of humanity. That's scary. A rare instance, repeated mutations of the T-virus can trigger an abnormal reaction in an infected individual's body, leading to changes in their blood. The mutated strains of T-virus will likely sweep the world, and total eradication will be impossible. Those infected with the mutated T-virus strain firmly retain their pre-infected habits and characteristics. Blood transformation. Within this lies the key to humanity's evolution. So like the cleaner lady, the maid, she really likes cleaning, and the one guy who's just like lights off. Lights must be off. I think it's talking about that. So it's a new mutation of that. Is there anything else that was part of that? Wow, I have no ammo. There's still a lot of things. The beast from the original X movies reminds me of Kelsey Grammy, Dr. Fraser's Crane. Ooh, yeah. Oh, I need to go do that. That's where we need to go anyways. Guess that's all that was in there. Yeah, so I'm leaning more towards him being an actual freak now. Because even if... Okay, because Albert Wesker never called Spencer master. William Birkin never called Spencer master, and they both worked under him directly. This freak gives off, you created me vibes. You know? Kill the roast naked wall crawler. Oh, yeah. Have obtained the red gem. And that it's back to walking around aimlessly. That is what happens a lot in that game. It is a lot of back and forth. I have no ammo. I did just save right there, so if I have to do anything, I'm scared. That's me breathing normally. Sorry. Do I have any? Can I make anything? Do I wish to make anything? I don't think. Can make a med injector. I do think med injectors are kind of better, so I'm going to make that. And I'm going to quietly walk over here and collect the rest of the blood off of this floor. I don't like how the music changes. Okay. Then we're going to quietly, and I mean quietly, walk back down. Yeah, he is talking about the Licky Boys. The Licky Boys are the naked ones. Because I mean, you're not wrong. They don't really have any, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, any skin to them left? Sorry, oh my god, is the only thing? Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Okay. 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 We're good. He's fine over there. We're gonna leave him. I forget his name, but we're gonna leave him. Examination room is where I need to go. Oh, hey. So he's... I don't think this will make noise. First impression was a naked person crawling. You're not wrong, because that is a person. Fine, Grace. So there's 10 left there. Okay. Because that is just a skinned person. Like, their skin is completely gone. So, in theory, they don't have any clothes on, and that is a person, so... Quiet. Sorry, Quiet. Your name's getting dropped so much in this game. You just told me to shut up. Grubby, you stay down. I didn't even hit you. I already got that. Okay. Hello? Also, like, I know Gideon's just around here and whatnot. But, like, I don't know, you haven't been able to find Grace. I'm being very loud running around. You're so good. They just really want you quiet. They just really want you. Why is this still in my pocket? Why is this still in my pocket? Why is this still in my pocket? Can I just hold his journal? That's weird. Okay, so I can go put that in. I'm gonna put these bottles away now. Super busy. He isn't looking for Grace actively. True. That is fair. I won't lie though, I was just in the next room over shooting all those zombies. He was looking for whatever doctor was right in there. So, you know, that's fair. He was looking for somebody else. Do I have any ingredients? I have multiple store. I would like to kill the chef, so we can go find the chef before I do that, I think. Oh, there's one there, but I need to enter there anyway, so once I get that, I can pick that up. And I assume there might be a safe room over there. That's big of me to assume that, but they did that over there. This was fucked up. That was just mean. I would like in the pantry because I want whatever goodies are in there. I think I put 2 in. So I just need 2 more antique coins. 2 or 1 more antique coins. Depending on how many I put in there. Okay. Oh, I think I can do... I think my favorite thing... If I look at this... Is it gonna let me? Yes, I can access the files from right here. Oh, here we go. That's your organ transplant. Okay. So we're gonna turn it to hand, and then we're gonna turn that to 2, and then we do 5, 2, hand, middle, 5, 2, auto. Hand, middle, 5, 2, auto. Thanks, an avocado. Thanks. How lovely. Now let's go find the big chef. The big cheese. The biggest of the cheese. I don't know where I left him. I don't know where I left him. I think he's in the parlor. Don't trust my brother's advice. 2 revolver shots. The chunk. He's on casual. Oh, well, Skoma knows. I left the big cheese over there. Taboos. Do I have the antique coins in my pocket? Yeah, okay. I know where I left the big cheese. I can get to him. It is possible. Unless he's here? No. I want that goddamn pantry key, though. How many did I put in? Ooh, okay. So, I just need 2 more. That's not bad. That's not bad. And we literally need that because otherwise I cannot make certain things. He's still over there. Let me see. Guess that just leads up to there. I should get that. I actually should go this way. Okay, we're just gonna kill this fucker. Actually, I'm gonna wait till... Sorry. Sorry. Oh, what else do I have in my pocket? Okay. Because I did leave a crimson up there, and that's my only concern. But I should be fine. I have a med injector, so I can quickly heal myself. Oh, okay, I need to be quiet now. I need to be, like, quiet and be quiet. Because I don't know where I put him. I think he's over there. And that's heavy on. Oh, that fucker's in there. I forgot. That was really aggressive. I'm not really sorry. Because I need those raccoon guys. Them raccoon guys? I need them. Gar! Did that bonk go off? It's gonna be super delayed. That's to analyze. I think that's everything up here, just besides that. The big cheese is that way. That would be the quickest way. There we go. There's the bonk. We found the bonk. It made its arrival. Hi, Gar. How are you? I imploded the guy. I imploded him. I imploded him right there. Hey, what did I collect? Oh, let me just drop these off. There's some blood in that trash can. Because I cannot make those. So we're just going to drop that off. Oh, I should have dropped that off. Oh, well. I could do that in a second. Hello. I think I really should hydrate more. I think because it's been super warm lately. I just woke up Resident Evil. Fuck yeah, you say I'm alive. Resident Evil time. You should get some food. What are you thinking about making? Also, I did put on my little Resident Evil pin. I have my RPD badge on, even though we're not there yet. I dropped a lot of frames. It drops at weird points. I did watch, because when I was going back and clipping, my frames don't drop, but it chugs on OBS end. Overall, I think it's fine. I don't want to worry about that guy. I'll just go the other way to get to the big cheese. He's not the big Oh! That scared me. That's not the door I needed. Oh my god, that scared the shit out of me. I won't lie. 12 hours to get to the other part of the game? 12 hours to get to the... That's crazy. Like, I'm lollygagging a little bit, but because, I got stuck. Not stuck in a pickle, but I kind of put myself in a pickle. Because of how I killed some enemies. So, there was that, but... You see the reveal? Yes. I did see one character that's in this. I'm very upset that I saw that one character. I don't know explanation. I don't know what it is. My theory is that Victor Gideon is in fact a tyrant of some sort because he keeps on calling Spencer Master. And I'm like, that's really suspicious of you to call Spencer Master as if he's your creator. Sir. So also one, just stop. I don't care if he's your creator. That's you freak. You fucking freak. Got to Raccoon City. It's about 10 and 11 hours as well. Honestly, maybe he's kinky. That guy's just always in my way. Don't look at me. Okay. Oh, hey, remember when I talked to you about the crimson? The crimson's out. The crimson's out of the bag. The crimson's out of the bag. The crimson's in that hallway. At least this hallway's clean, you know? Doc knows. Doc is a knower. Doc has the critical information. I want the fucking chef. I'm not gonna... I do think 10 hours, especially first playthrough, is very good. Like, to get to the second part, because, like, enjoy it. I don't have my revolver with me. Can I inject the crimsons? Is that a possibility? Ew. He's being extra goopy there. Let me go down. Let me see. Cold storage is that handle. I would literally just have to go through the dining room, but there is a guy there, because the big chef, Big Cheese, is here in this hallway. Ugh. Hello? Oh, I thought somebody was coming down the stairs. I guess I'll go to the organs. I want the pantry. I want it. Why did I have to just go and leave that crimson like that? It's my own fucking fault. I'm so excited though for this. Grace is adorable. Oh, I could just get a revolver round. No, I can't. Hold on. I don't have a revolver round because I don't have... Oh, I could. Oh, I could. Because it only takes one... No, because I can only collect... Can I collect up to... I can collect up to 100. I'm gonna go obliterate some bitch. You? No, you. Take out one. Store. Oh, that's so cool. Okay, so now we have 20 in that. That's perfectly fine. Is there... There was blood upstairs, right? Blood in the bar lounge. Where am I? So I'm gonna go solve my problem. Dude, the Requiem is so fucking pretty. I'm gonna hold out my empty gun. The Requiem is so pretty. Unless whoever gets fucked by those bullets. Yeah. Tulu. Okay, that guy's just a guy over there. Okay. I almost thought I missed because okay, the big cheese is here. Is he gonna come up the stairs? Give me your blood. Okay. I almost thought I was gonna stab him in the dick. So this is the risky move. I feel like when he goes there, we can go up behind him. Does he hear us walking? Oh my god. So there's a lot of zombies around us right now. We gotta fucking run. Hit him with it. I imploded him. I did get an achievement. I didn't even have time to look at it because I'm like, there's 2 zombies looking at me now. Why am I hungry? It's almost 1, that's why. It's so nice knowing these hallways are somewhat clean. How much blood do I have? 50. I have a free packet. I'm just gonna use that pack. No, I should use this. No, packet. Packet blood. Packet blood. That sounds like I'm saying pocket? Like packet? He's up in my packet? No, I'm saying packet. I have a packet of blood. I'm kind of chef. Need a needle blister. Needle. Not. So you either gotta sneak up on them. Oh, pantry! Or you gotta stun them first. Okay, so it is possible. It's probably just not fully worth it. In a sense that I'll probably mess it up. No, don't use the organs. You cannot use the organs to that, Grace. Okay, so there's gonna be that. I still can't open those. I assume Leon can open this. Oh my god, free blood! I'm gonna leave nothing. Blister heads are fucking evil. They are! Oh, what I needed exactly. Okay, ink ribbon. Another one. Another one. Oh my god, that's so cute. Put that away, Grace. Put it away. Steak. Increases knife power and durability. Durability. Okay, so there's just more blood in here, and then oh, scraps. My favorite snack, scraps. Use needles as a get off me. I wish too, like kind of with the stun knives that you had in oh my god, in the first. Oh my god, I exploded somebody there. In the first game, you would have certain knives that you would just have on you that you could use to stab into enemies. It would get rid of them afterwards, so it would be just like the injector. So oh god, I am kind of sad about that. I think I'm gonna put that away because I don't have a knife. Put that away. Put that away. I'm gonna put you away because I don't want to lose you and I don't want to use those bullets. I could make more ammo for it. Possible. Possibility. I need 2 more antique coins. Okay. My rule in this game is always blood for the blood gods. Sorry. I was mid-sentence and I saw that. No, I just like gulped. Chai. Okay, we're gonna get that. But we're gonna do this first. What was this one? I think it's this one? 10, 80, 30. No, I think it's the other one. 30, 10, 50. How did I do this? Okay, hold on. I went the wrong way. 30, 10, 50. I don't think I waited enough. Yay, I did. Huh? Guess where we're going. We're gonna go get that thing and we're gonna make more health. I just like gulped. We just got a lot of stuff. Oh my god. I won't lie, my lungs are struggling. I think because it's been really warm. Dude, Gar, it's been fucking warm, bro. I hate it. Like, I like the heat, but it went from really cold to now really warm, and I don't think my body likes it. I really like that this is just a user manual. It's just a user manual. Like, I just had to learn more about this. Let's go to the parlor, because there's no zombies in there. I can save packet. There's no zombies over here, right? Okay. I also think I need to take off the sweater now. Because I had it on because it was a little bit chilly. But it is warming up now, which is okay. But now my lungs are struggling. I'm struggling just a little bit. My neck also is hurting. I think because I'm looking down slightly. Oh my god, when I was playing Deadlock yesterday, I gave myself vertigo, I think. And it was such a weird experience. I think overall, ooh, damaged a little bit. I think I'm gonna make a health. Steroids increase maximum health. I think I'm gonna do that one. I like the firepower, but I do get hit a lot more. I'm gonna do that. Playing after refusing for a couple of weeks. Oh, okay. How has it been? We had somebody last night. I'm definitely more of a, if you say something, it definitely pisses me off. I won't talk back because I am a woman and I'm still scared to talk. Oh, I really want her watch, but that shit's so expensive. But we had a game last night. The guy was actually perfectly fine until the end, because then he gloated a little bit, and he did help us a lot. But also as a team, like we still, he may have gotten a lot of kills, but as a team, we still needed to all pull together to do well. But then at the end, he was still nice, so he's not a shit person. At the end, me and Kodiak were just like, he was like, "You're welcome. You're welcome for being carried by me." He did it in a funny way, but I was like, okay. Toxic community into that game? Yeah, they are. Because then we did one more game after that, and immediately, luckily I was Rem. Or as Paige. I think it was Paige at that point. I don't remember. But anyways, I wasn't Paradox. But my friend was. And immediately somebody yelled at them of just the same thing that happened to me one time of, are you going to do anything? It's like, we just got here, buddy. We just got here. Just don't hold W. And he was being very pissy kind of the whole time. Streamer in my lane. We ended up winning 5 minutes in, and then he gave up because the other lanes didn't do well. We all started talking shit about him. Fair. Because I mean, the same guy that wasn't actually really bit of a problem, we lost one of the fights and he was like, GG, that's it. It's like, no, it's not. Even the Celeste typed in, just like, no, like, that, we still can perfectly win this. Oh, let me put that away. Like, it's still perfectly winnable. And it was, because then we did win. But I'm just like, calm down. Like, it's fine. I do want Grace's watch. I think Leon's is cooler because it has a little wing of Requiem in it. But I like Grace's. I like the colors of Grace's because I like the little gold bit in it. But also, have you seen the price of those watches, Doc? That's just fucking expensive. I feel like it also would be as much as... Do I need something else? Oh. Where the fuck is your heart? You need a heart, buddy? He needs the fucking heart. Bro is a Hella and Punisher remain on rival. Like, okay, that makes sense now. Yeah. Oh, have fun. Where the fuck is... Emanation? He needs a heart? Dude, those watches are so pretty, though. This man needs a heart. Can you offer him a heart? I'm gonna stab you in the butt. That was like spot on his ass. What am I don't like that chunk is gone. Like, where did he go? Want the answer? Not yet. I might ask for it. But right meow. I don't want to step foot over there because I know it's leading us to there. Because, like, physically right now, I feel like I should go talk, see if the child wants to talk. The child. Cold storage, we still need a wheel for. Ow. I didn't realize he needed a heart as well. Can I take mine out? Can I give you mine? Because I need that, sir. Oh. Confused myself. Let me go see if the child wants to talk, and if not, I guess I'm walking into that hallway. My head really hurts. Why does it feel like so much pressure? Either there's a storm coming, or I'm putting too much pressure on my neck. Okay, she doesn't want to talk. That's so sad about the other one. But she definitely... That definitely all. Let me make sure what I got over here. Oh. Back transfer. I have a fucking wrench. Oh, I have a wrench! How do I get there? Okay. I have a wrench. I have a fucking wrench. Luckily, I have a wrench. I know what I can use a wrench for. I kind of forgot I had a wrench, I won't lie. I'm just gonna go on a little journey right now, so we're getting our steps in. I think I need to do something really quick because I'm starting to hyperfixate on a little bit, which is not the worst. I'm gonna put it there. but I'm starting to hyperfixate on numbers because me like number go up. Yeah, as we've talked about, and nothing bad of the sorts here, but just like me want number go up, me want number go up. So my brain is focused on that, and I'm like, no, I just want to play this game. This is my favorite fucking series. That's all I want to do. Oh my god, Grace! What did she just fucking? She just like kneed the door. She ran face first into it. Cold storage. I know what's in cold storage. Oh. Look, I didn't need the help. I didn't need it. I did it. Okay, we have to get. I am so excited to get back to Leon. I think I should just take my inhaler. I won't lie. I think because the game stresses me out, as it should. Oh my god. I was so scrolled out. Is the oxygen not getting to my brain? Do you guys want to take a breathing test with me? Oh. Hey, so I don't think the oxygen's getting to my brain. How do we make the oxygen go to the brain? Oh, I got ammo. Do I need... So I think I should go to the doctor. Just like Grace, but maybe not Gideon. I don't think Gideon's a good doctor. I think I need some more vitamins. I should really go to my doctor. I was supposed to go to my doctor a month after taking my medicine. I am better. I am better. You know, if they ever like put this map into DBD, I don't play DBD anymore, so it doesn't really matter. But I will be ready for that map because I will know it so well. Because I'm doing so many back and forth. Did I get anything else I want to drop off? Yes, I did. Because that's the reason I love the RPD map on DBD. So many people hate it because it's like it's so much back and forth over here and whatnot. I can make another stabilizer. I can make a yeah, actually stabilizer. Ooh, should I do health? No, I think I should do the balance. Do I have, because I have an 81. Oh, I think that's like perfect. Oh, not being an evil scientist, Victor is just a regular. The fact they just work with him and he looks like that? Oh, 40, I'm gonna get rid of 10. I think that's good for the economy. I don't think that's good for the economy. Is there any close by? Oh, I'm really scrolled in. Waiting room has 10. I think it's just... Dining room has 60. That has 100. I think I'm gonna waste the 10. Not the 10. Well, the 10 in of which I have. 20. I would have to go on a little manhunt for these. Oh, because I don't really want to... Nah. Hello, Dion. How are you? And then... Oh, shit. Need to get this. Because I have one more, so at least I can balance out. Because I feel like no matter what, Leon is super strong, but I feel like Grace is very... Yeah, she needs a stabilizer. So I'm going to do one more stabilizer. So I have 2 increased health, and I have... now 2 increased stability. I think that's a good balance. Good, thanks. Yes,
I wanted to tell y'all something.
Ooh, what? Also, I'm doing good. I'm a little lightheaded right now, so I think I might take my inhaler or something.
You're all really pretty.
Aw, you are gorgeous as well. And not just in looks, in soul as well. I'm gonna take this. Do I want to keep the scraps on me? I think it's good to keep 1 scrap. I have health with me. I have the heart.
Hydrate, you bastard! Hydrate!
Yeah, my heart rate's fine, so it's not that for once. Do you remember the time? I think so. Remember over summer when I was drinking a lot of coffee, but then I was also having extreme random heart like racing, like just like suddenly I could just feel my heart. I think it's because I was having so much anxiety over summer, which also due to that too, I think I was losing a lot of hair. Not like really badly, but like I have a lot of hair in general, and apparently it was thinner last time I went to go get a haircut, and now it's fuller, which I'm like, yeah, yippee. But I think because all that was due to the stress, because now I have so much caffeine and I haven't had that heart rate thing, and even right now, like, I'm just like very lightheaded, and that's just, ew. Ugh, that was disgusting. Hey, give me that, but don't do that.
Of course it gets up.
Holy shit! I think he pee-peed and poo-pooed his pants. I don't know why I talk like a child there. Why did he poop it out? Why'd he poop it out? Ugly, ugly man. No, you shut your whore mouth up. Your whore mouth is not allowed to talk, okay? Only the nice mouth is allowed to talk, and you're only allowed to say nice things about yourself. I don't know why it looked like I was about to cry. Like, left Leon nothing but heels. I honestly, at the rate I'm going, I don't think I'm leaving Leon anything. Should I save? I feel like I should save because I don't know when the... I think I should save. 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 I was about to go in, but I'm like, no, I don't think that's good. Because I forgot until I started playing as... Oh, real as hell. I mean, I have a lot of stuff in here. I am saving some stuff. You can have that. Do I have a ink ribbon ready to go? I do. He's gonna have a lot of ink ribbon tins. He sure will have a lot of that. Okay. Yeah, because I saved when I was up top. I'm gonna leave Leon my big fat pussy for him to find when I can get an A, man. Yes, I said that in such a weird way, but you're so right. Can I take the fucking bullets out of this? We're taking 2 guns. I shouldn't. This is weaker. Can I take? Shaylin, oh my god, my wife. Also, hi Jordy. Hi Shaylin. My wife. I guess this might be a little bit... Oh, I don't have the knife. Actually, don't have the knife. I fucking use that knife to stab a bitch in the face. Can I put the journal away? I think I should put the journal away. We have one of those. One of that. Okay. My head flocking is lightheaded. I can't wait to see you. I need to text you about that. I was gonna... Which way? I was gonna do that, and then I started streaming because I was so... I almost said I was so deadlock pilled. That's the opposite. This is so Resident Evil pilled. They're dead. They're dead. My wife, I mean. How fucking cute, haunted. You did? I need to message you. I was thinking of... Wait a minute. Wait a minute. My wife, wait a minute. Wait a minute. My feet are like placed so still together. Where did Chunk go? Where did Chunk go? Brother in Christ. Anyways, I haven't messaged you yet, but I need to so we can figure out, because I don't know when you want to go and everything. Also, I'm like, are we going to the same place again? Oh god, okay. Hold on, I need a wide stance so I don't fall over. I am disturbed. Texted you about that already? Fuck yeah! Someone's ahead of the plan, and that's you! I literally woke up, forgot about doing the stream announcement of just this week's schedule, because I was like, oh, I gotta get up, okay, I gotta shower, and then I gotta eat, and then Resident Evil. Oh, my brain only was like, Resident Evil, Resident Evil. I forgot about everything else. I'm so excited to play more Resident Evil. Yeah, I don't think I'm leaving Leon anything, but he has a little axe. It does have a durability though, but we can sharpen it. Does it? Is it unlimited sharpening? Hey, so where'd he leave that fucker that he showed me in that cutscene? Can I go in any of these rooms? Oh, so they're doors. So there's DOREs, but can I'm not allowed to touch those DOREs. Who leaves their table like this? No time. What do you mean double mutation? We're not telling our IRL friends, but I've been told I can say it online. So I'm a pretty girl. That's really cute, Haunted. Honestly, as you should, because who are we gonna tell? We're gonna tell our other online people who don't know your IRL people. So you tell your IRL people when you guys are ready, but that's so exciting. We can celebrate here. I'm so happy for you too. What is happening? What is happening? What is happening? Trying to because due to the ROA's struggle with inflation. That's fair. And honestly, no, I think that's really good. Because, like, see if it works. Because if it doesn't work, you guys are still really good friends. You guys are best friends. But if it does work, then it's like, okay, this is nice. This is something you guys equally both know. It's like, okay, you struggle, so you guys can work on that. So that's good. That's very cute, and I'm very proud of you too. Okay, double mutation. There have been a number of cases where corpses infected with the mutated T-virus strain have exhibited rapid tissue regeneration and suddenly violent behavior. So these are the, blister heads. Analysis of the enlarged tumor that formed on their head of these patients revealed a sudden change in red blood cell patterns, consistent with the pattern found in urine tests. Why are you taking that PE? The additional mutation is considered a side effect of the mutated T-virus. So this is the original T-virus. It's just a different strain of it. So they're still working with it. Okay, we have named the double mutation symptoms blister heads. A rare case, the tumor has... Oh my god, it was observed to spread from the head across the entire body. If the abscesses covering the individuals burst, the fluids they expel will induce double mutation nearby infected. Oh, that's good to know. Okay. Hemolytic poison has proven... Poison? It's poison. Damn. Has proven effective to prevent double mutation. Otherwise, the head must be completely destroyed. Always exercise extreme caution when handling infected corpses. Thanks. Thanks. Nurse's log, September 3rd. As per the doctor's orders, from today I will take part in monitoring the progress of subject 171. She is emotionless and unsettling. This assignment fills me with unease. Oopsie. Sorry, girly. Just really wanted to say that. What's actually happening in the game? I don't know anything about it. Honestly, right now, Haunted, we're just running around trying to do tasks and escape. What's happening right now? We're trying to escape. We don't have Leon right now. We're playing as Grace. But also, Haunted, as you should. I'm very happy for you. We are here to support you. In a mood today, I guess? Why are you being ass? What's happening up there? What did we talk about? I don't even know what was talked about. What was happening? What did... Oh, I see. Oh, we talked about you earlier. I see. I was like, what happened? What happened? What happened? I don't know what happened. So, okay, September 10th. Subject 171 is blind and requires a lot of assistance. I felt sorry for her and tried to offer some comfort by stroking her hair, but has always received no reaction. Such an unnerving child. I want to go home and shower. September 24. For some reason, the security manager joined me today. He asked subject 171 2 or 3 questions about blood, but of course a child wouldn't know how to respond. What a strange man. I think she's talking about the child who's still alive. I hope it's a still alive one and not the other one. I think it's a still alive one. So I don't know. I was watching TV and doing work. Oh, it's okay. We were kidnapped and now we're stuck in here. And Leon is stuck in here too, but we are not Leon. Okay, Grace, don't stress me out like that. Was there anything else in here? Oh, that doesn't even have a door. I'm pretty sure that one's locked. I'm pretty sure I'm gonna have to sneak out of here. Can I hit you? He's dead. He's dead. Oh, okay, he was right. Hey, close that door. Okay, so... Oh my god, is this gonna be...
This must be it.
Star, star, moon, sun. Okay, is there anything else in here? Is there anything else in here? Oh, there's the two girls. To get closer to look at it. Hey, can I take that? Hey, can I take that? Grace, we should take that. Like, we should take that. I should take that, Grace. Actually, don't, because I feel like he's gonna come alive. Hey, Grace, he looks a little infected. What was it? Wait, fuck, what was it? Star, star, moon, sun. But it's Braille.
I can't tell which button's which. Braille.
I would just start clicking. It puts up a picture. Oh, are we gonna go get the little girl and bring the little girl back to read Braille to me?
These girls. They look just like...
They look just like they are. Remember being your favorite books? Oh, you're so right, you did. I completely forgot about that. I did forget about that.
Locked her up.
I would have told you, Shaylin, what we talked about, but I was like, oh, we probably talked about like us going ice skating. No, Doc did say that.
Borrow this.
I'm gonna
I bet
borrow
she can
this.
read that.
Okay, so we are gonna take the little girl into a highly dangerous area. Hey, so someone's alive out here. Oh. Hey, so that's not very... Where are they going? Where's everybody going? Bingo? Oh shit. She's not very, oh, my mouse went onto the other screen. She's... Yes, close. I kind of hate that when it does that. Everything pauses, so it's not like the worst. But I don't like getting stuck in that thing. I've never had this power before. Oh, also Shaylin, because I forgot to respond to the other message yesterday. By that I have so many fucking text messages I need to respond to. No need for formalities. You're my hype man. Formalities who? Manager pay rate? No manager title. Hype man title. Sounds cooler. Much better. Yeah? So they're all going that way. Yeah. So everybody, Shaylin is my hype man. That's all you need to know. That is all. Oh, these fuckers. Why are you in my room? Oh, they're fucking everywhere. Don't ask me what that... There might be one more. Yeah, fuck you. You have a knife. I have a knife. That was a little mean of me. Holy shit. What did I do in here? I know exactly what I did, but damn. I hope you're dead. Okay, we're gonna go quiet. I mean, I can have that guy hit all those guys. If I play it smart. Well, right now, I don't need that. Right now, I guess I probably should have waited to save and save now because I might have to do that all over again, but that's fine. I think that's a little bit more doable. Okay, ink ribbon in. I guess I do have a lot of ink ribbons. This is gonna be a one-time use. Cracked my ankle. I think I actually might take one of those. Should we take both of them? We're about to have a child with us. We are going to be with child. It's a bonus tile. Hierarchy. Okay, fair. You're right. You're right. High man, higher or lower? In order to what? Yeah. It's a bonus title. Yeah. Though I think I call my other wife, both Nikki and B, I think I have called them actually my manager a couple times. Not Vicky. Oh my god. B is definitely my social media manager, but because she likes to edit little things, and so what's that girl doing on the bed? That's her little title. Hey, can I steal things in there? I probably shouldn't open that. Here. I get to see if I'm correct. Pride and Prejudice, which is one of the favorite series,
did they
was
put you in there?
Dungeon Crawler Garble. I need to buy that still.
I've always been here.
Guess what, kid? We're gonna take you out of here.
Do you mind if I come in?
I don't mind.
Grace is adorable. Hey, kid, I need you to tell me what Braille words are.
So, sorry. I'm with the police.
Police?
Yes. I'd like you to come with me.
Why?
I'm Grace. What's your name?
God, Grace.
Emily?
Emily.
Grace is struggling.
You like reading?
Yeah.
Do you think you could read something for me? Please, I really need your help.
Okay.
Thank you.
We're just gonna have to walk past a lot of zombies.
I'll take you there.
Proof all pretty bitches are at least a little awkward.
There are steps.
So true.
How about I carry you?
Grace, you didn't even wait for her to respond. But you're right, that carrying is probably the better option. So this is gonna be fucked.
What do you want me to read?
Girl, I just can't read, okay? I'm illiterate.
There's some buttons with Braille on them. Can you read them and then push the buttons in this order? Star, star, moon, sun.
Not consensual.
Sure.
This little girl don't know what the fuck is going on.
Thank you.
Some actions and attacks are impossible while carrying Emily. You do what you need to. Okay. So I need to go clear these guys. I'm gonna leave this right here. I'm gonna go run to the restroom really quick. And I think it maybe snack? I don't know. I'm gonna run to the restroom and then we're gonna do this because I think I need to put her down on the couch and clear some zombies. If I clear the dudes on the one side, I might try to clear the dudes on the other side. Child must go on soft surface. Correct. Like, where'd I put Nessie? Nessie's right here. I'm gonna leave you guys real quick. I'll be right back. Keep the child safe. You know, I don't really feel safe in this. No, it's fine.
I got the money.
Can't open that. Come here, Nessie. I'm locking a Shayla. Read Pride and Prejudice. You've never read it? I have a copy. Also, I have this one strand of hair here that actually did its proper curl, and I'm like, good job, hair. That one specific part of my hair, this singular little strand, good job. The rest of my hair, got some words for you. Welcome back. Where am I clicked? Oh.
Here, sit.
Thank you. Thank you, thank you.
I'll
Don't
be right back.
point the gun at her. I did get a little snack, and by little, I mean itty bitty. It's a kind mini bar. They're very good. I just need something little. Just swearing Misha and Jalen Dharma. We might have talked about Pride and Prejudice. I think we have. Jalen, have you watched Pride and Prejudice? I'm trying to chew the nuts in this, oh my god, because I also think I know why we've talked about Pride and Prejudice here. She did. She did, Haunted. Okay. Make another one of these. We're gonna explode that one guy, and I think if I have the baubles. Yes. That's what I think too, Shaylin. I think it's when we were talking about. Jordy, it's okay. It comes out in like 2 days? Question mark? And a sensitive part of my tooth. You'll live, Jordy, you'll live. How much is it gonna be, do you know? Maybe because of that? I think so too. Because we were talking about how, like, wow, wow, $40. I don't want to spend $40 on it. But also, I'm gonna lose all my things. You're telling me they took all of my things? They took my fucking goodies! Quiet. Sorry, quiet. Every time he says it, I must repeat it. Oh. Oh my god. Oh my god. I feel like I almost threw up, but that was such a visceral reaction for me, so I didn't expect that guy there. Why is Chunk back? I guess I should... I guess I should actually kill Chunk now. Did he squish some people? Did he squish some people? That's what I'm thinking he did. Did he squish some people? I hope he kills them. Hey, so I think he squished some people. Asking questions in the Discord about D&D, but just as aesthetic functionality, no fashion. You know, real as hell. Real as hell with that. was the original gift idea. I'm curious. Did he kill my best friend? There's the stuff in Marathon no matter what. No, it will stay forever. And there's more stuff. True, I do want to buy those keys. Possibility that I may buy it. Oh my god. He screamed in my ear. Oh, this one? That one, Jordy? That one? Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. I don't know why I physically started moving away.
Was that not enough?
No, Grace, he's a big bitch, okay? That one? Is he gonna break the door down? Okay. Oh my god. Oh my god. I have extra scrap metal. I kind of want to explode him. Do we want to explode him? There's blood in there. Oh, there's blood. And there's blood there. Okay, I need scrap metal. Let me go back and get some scrap metal. You should have seen the chef earlier. We exploded him too. I don't think I'm okay in the brain. I have health, okay. Okay, let's go. Let's go. Ready this game so far? Yes, quite. I think you'd really like this game. Like to play it, and you should play it someday. Because I know your computer can't handle it, so we gotta get you a physical copy. It's on the Switch. Switch 2, I think. Oh, there he goes. There's my silly little guy. Right? I think he killed my... Quiet. I think that big guy genuinely killed your biggest fan. I think he killed your biggest fan. I think he killed him. You remember my... Ooh, your paladin. Okay. His wings? So I could give him trauma. Ooh, I like that. Okay. That's what I'm saying. How... He did kill your friend. That's why there was a packet of blood on the floor. There was a packet of blood on the floor because he fucking killed your friend. I was wondering why there was a packet on the floor. Yeah, because he killed him. There's a scarf with Pride and Prejudice quote on it. I think that still would have been cute. How many injectors did it take to kill him? Because now I want to implode him. I just need to scoot a little bit. He's getting more. I think it's 3. Yeah, okay. I said I think it's 3 before seeing 3. Yeah. I really want to see him explode. I won't lie. And I think he killed all of the people in there. So I just need a little bit more blood. Leon's gonna be left with nothing. I want you to know at this point, Leon is going to be left with nothing. Leon will get no scraps from me. There is probably an easy way to just maneuver around him with her. The biggest contenders were those stray guys walking around. But... too late now. We're gonna kill him. Oh, there's 100 over there. Okay, I know where we're going. Okay, okay. What? Grace was just stop, go, stop, go, stop, go. Thank you, Quiet. Thank you. We're gonna have to find your next biggest fan, because, like, he fucking killed him. I killed a man there, too. Okay, so there's 100 over here. I forgot this bathtub. Please don't turn. I think I shot her, though, with a fucking, Requiem bullet. Don't flush the toilet. I don't know why I can flush the toilets. I feel like it's an achievement. Yeah, there was that. Hey, guess what? We're gonna go kill Chunk. He's going to explode. I love this, like, walking in the dark and seeing him do that. That is so cool. It's the little things. You know? Ooh, do I have a... Oh, no, but I have a knife. I would like to keep... Come on, Grace. Come on. I don't know why would you be spazzing out like that. Okay, we're gonna kill. We're gonna kill Big Chunk. We're gonna kill him, and then we're gonna loot that area, and then we're gonna go get... she said her name was Emily. I'm gonna call her the child. Then we will acquire the child. I can't believe Gideon is just around here. That means Gideon dropped off Mr. Leon's wherever he needed to be. Oh, I just got lightheaded again. I should have taken my inhaler, but I didn't. Let's get into position, boys. We're gonna see this man frickin' implode. And I'm so excited. I think he went to the other side, so we gotta wait. I probably have time to get. I'm not, like, in desperation for it, but I definitely feel my lungs struggling. Oh, there he is. He doesn't go too far that way, though, so I'm gonna wait till he turns. Come on. One.
Well, at least it's easier to walk around now.
Well, damn. Oh, why is his head right there? I'm gonna stab him in the dick. I didn't, I missed. That's, you know? That too is, how I feel about that. Metal scraps. Oh, there was metal scraps in there. I guess I killed all the zombies over here. He took out the other ones for me, at least. I didn't mean to kill Quiet's favorite, or Quiet's #1 fan. But he walked out there. So, that's his fault, question mark? Do I have health with me? Yes. I guess we're gonna keep this charm on us. We could have 3 charms. We could have 3 charms, but I feel like it's prevalent to not have 3 charms.
I'm just gonna...
Grace is so awkward. She's adorable. Honestly, especially when you're dealing with blind people, if you want to walk, guide them. Oh god, she breathed in my ear. It scared me. You want to, like, guide them with their elbow. You got it.
I have to keep it together.
We're gonna walk this child through the most bloodiest part of the hallway. Oh, she can't see. She won't know. She won't hear the squishing of the bodies underneath my feet. Actually, that was really nice.
We're close now.
That was actually really nice. I don't like the one patient who had the bag over his head. I don't know which guy that is. Hey, can I go pick up something really quick? Do you mind? Do you mind, girl? Okay, she doesn't mind. She doesn't mind at all. Okay, my child. We go in here.
Thank God.
Hey. Oh. Oh no. Oh no, bro. Oh no, bro. Oh no, bro. Bro, oh no. Oh no, bro. Bro, oh no. Minor spoiler based on something you said a while ago about the second girl. Sure, because I said that the other girl was the big one up top.
You think you can read it?
I don't like that the body's gone.
I can try. It's like a giant puzzle box.
At the doors, I closed it.
Stay here, Emily. You handle this. I'll, handle that.
Okay. What is that? What do you mean by that? What is that?
Evacuate!
Oh! Oh my god! Oh, there's two! The vault! There's two! My toes! My toes! My toes! My toes! Mitosis! Oh. Say, we're gonna make one of those. Oh my god. Okay, so I think I'm dead. No, I'm not. Critical.
Hold it together.
Critical. I don't know why I ran up to him like that and did that. Okay, you. I need you to implode. She was dead. Technically, they're both still alive. Oh. What? More? He's that way, he's that way. Oh my god, there's so many more. What do you mean more? Excuse me, pardon me, excuse me, pardon me. Is each door gonna fucking open? Okay, hold on 1 second. I have no scraps. I use the scrap. I mean, I don't think that reassures me then. I don't think that reassures me at all. I don't have scrap though, but I need to use that. Oh. Ew. Y'all, I'm bad at this. I want to go in my favorite spot. Okay. Oh! Oh my god! Oh, you're fucking shitting me. Oh my god. You're shitting me, bro. I have no... Oh, you're fucking shitting me. even have a fucking knife on me. Dude, I can't make anything. Oh my god. Run, Grace. Run, Grace.
Grace? I did it!
Okay.
I'm here. I'm here.
Okay.
I found this.
Curly, I found something awful out there.
And Emily, thank you.
Imploded. Okay, she's not imploded. Oh. Oh, what are you telling me? Oh, that was probably the worst time to ever tell me information of, she's still alive. Oh, she is still alive. Oh, she is still alive. Hey girl, drop me the cube! Drop me the cube! Please, drop me the cube! Please, can I go swimming?
He was dead.
Please, can I go swimming? Oh. Grace, I don't think I want to descend. I don't think I want to. Can I go back to Leon?
This is all my fault.
Okay, Grace, it's not really all your fault. I mean, bringing the girl out probably is, but, you know.
I can't just leave her.
I love Grace so much. She's really strong. Leon time? Reach the basement of the care center. At least I killed a lot of the guys for Leon. You know, the big guy. Oh, oh. Oh my god. Look at Leon. Why do they always take his jacket? Why do they always take his jacket? I do want to see his arms, but like, he probably spends lots of money on this jacket.
Here.
Why?
Is it for me? Or for her?
Why is he offended? Why does he want it to be him? He's like, you're here for me?
You can't talk.
Wow.
Right.
What a man. Oh, hey, don't do that.
Or we can begin your treatment.
Treatment. Don't
It's
do
not the treatment, I hope.
You're an investigator, right?
Oh my Leon, so much.
We'll investigate. What do you want to know?
I don't like this. Just don't, oh, don't.
Is this where I conduct my research?
I'm uncomfortable. You.
Yes.
Okay. That's understandable. You, why is
The
he
answers to your disease here.
It's just like touchy-feeling him. Ew. What was that?
You know, I do have
What was
a
that?
question.
What just came out of his
When the
fucking mouth?
last time you brush your teeth?
That's exactly how I feel, Kai. I feel why, but it's also like, oh my god, he's like Leon. Don't touch Leon like this. Oh, don't scan me. I didn't allow you to scan me. Yeah.
You.
There's like the evil of this cutscene and the great of this cutscene. Okay, well, you don't gotta be mean like that. Oh, ew. Don't. That was mean.
Do you believe in human evolution?
Okay, now he's normal. Oh.
I have devoted my life to studying it, while you have devoted your life to failure.
Okay, I really haven't failed though. Leon, he is a ginormous man, okay? Learn from... My goggles! My googles! Oh, please don't put me into this.
You're a dead man walking.
Well, don't
They
say
can hear
that to
me.
me.
Leon, I've been trying to reach you.
Sorry, I was a little tied up. Did you go to Astro?
Literally a little
The
tight
floor
up.
plan? Yeah, sending it now.
You only got a little.
I had to talk to Victor. He is batshit crazy. I'll make my way to his office.
That was disgusting.
I'm glad that FBI agent got away.
FBI?
Why is he? Oh my god.
Grace Ashcroft. Victor kidnapped her.
What?
He's like so like.
Why?
I don't know.
He's
I
shrimping.
intend to find out.
God, I love him. I love this voice actor for Leon so much. Also, he just like closed the fucking stairs on me. How rude. Hey, now we get to be. See, Kai, you and Quiet missed all the last stream. Perfectly fine. Because look, now you come in and we get to play Leon. How long have I been streaming? Oh, wait. No, I don't give a shit. We're playing Leon. Oh my god, why did he hit it so aggressively? Also, I do like that he says, like, man, I'm glad she got out. She's still in here, buddy. It's 10 p.m. It is quite late. It's not that late. I wonder if it's like 4. Damn. Oh yeah, we have a whole freaking axe. Me when somebody tests my patience, just don't make me fucking do it. I'll fucking do it. I'll do it. So late, I was cooking. What were you cooking? It's okay. Look, we have. Oh, you missed an awful cutscene, Gothic, and by awful, it was so uncomfortable. But we got to see Leon tied up. Oh, butter chicken in the slow cooker. Ooh, hopefully that turns out well. Depression medical records. Subject Thomas K. Jackson. Symptoms irregular eating patterns. Oh, after a surgical procedure to suppress his, satiety center of his brain, the subject experienced an increased appetite and weight gain. He began to ingest everything he could get his hands on, including infusion pumps and pacemakers. Okay, you're right. Is that... Oh, Timothy K. Jackson, Timothy B. Jackson. Irregular eating patterns exhibit the same symptoms as his brothers. He with a particular strong fixation on human flesh must be treated with extreme caution when he becomes violently agitated, if not constantly eating. Hey, so like last time we saw the singing girls, it talked about the 2. You're telling me there's another big boy? Because that's what this is implementing. That there's another big boy. The game's going well. We finished Grace's part, so now we're on Leon. We're still in the... Oh, yeah. We're still in the care center. Okay, so there's a... What is right here? What is right here? It says there's shotgun shells right here. I don't like that. Hey, what is that? I think he's eaten. I don't think we should disturb him. I think he's eaten. Oh. I wonder if there's shotgun shells, but it's behind the wall as well. Oh, there's some right there. I don't like that I missed shotgun shells there. That looks like he could break that. I'm a little nervous here. I don't like that big guy. I don't even see the shotgun shells that are apparently here. Unless they're back there. really don't want to interact with that guy. Yeah, they're literally shotgun shells. I don't even have the shotgun yet. I'm so curious where these shotgun shells are. Between the crevices. I guess I'm gonna leave those shotgun shells. I'm so confused. Mysterious shotgun shells. Up? Like up, up? Like, hold on, let me back up. It says right here, and you say up. Like up? What was that? I don't know why I was gonna try to jump. I'm like, I could reach it. I really don't want to interact with him. Can I go straight through that window, or is he gonna go through that window? I love Leon. I'm gonna leave it for now. I believe you that it's up. This is a little... Oh my god. It's happening.
Hope I'm not next.
Oh my god. Oh my god. It's no time for that. What do you mean? Oh my god. Okay, that's what you mean by up. And I don't like that. Can you not get up there? Oh my god. Moss, I hate this man. I hate this man so much. Oh my god. I hate this man so much. Hi, Moss. He's so ugly. He is so freaking ugly. I don't know where he is right now. Oh, there he is. I see his little... Do I need to kill him? Oh my god. Oh my god, fucking run, Leon. Oh my god. Leon, Leon, please do not stop. Oh, that's a ladder in there. I wonder. Oh. I think I should shoot him. Where is he? Oh, he's behind me. I didn't expect that. Hey, so he's... Leon, I need you to move. No, Leon, I need you to... Okay. We used axe. Okay. No, 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 no. Not more. I'm not gonna lie, I am so used to Grace that I'm like, I need to run for my life.
You felt that one, huh?
Don't eat Leon, God. Oh my god. If you can hear how fast I clicked there because he charged me and that scared me, that is ugly, Leon. I don't want you touching that. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh, no! Leon, don't let him touch you! Oh, so even that is... Oh my god, Leon, run a little bit. I don't like this, Leon! Oh my god, thank god, Leon, you're really fast. Bye. Yeah! Oh my god. You are the horror. Yeah, I need to learn that. I got so used to like just being scared all of the time. Ooh. Oh my god. Oh my god. Sometimes he sounds like he's not right behind me. Holy shit. I won't lie. Oh, is he dying? Oh, he's dying. He's shriveling up. He's shriveling. Ooh, what'd he drop? You had a whole hand grenade in there.
Sorry, but I'm not on the menu.
Yeah. Not yet. Me, Leon, and Kennedy. There was a lot of roaring, and I did not really like that. Also, I do like that. Oh. You know that whole fight? There was a door, but he said, "No, I can't do that right now. I gotta beat the shit out of this guy first." Like, no, Leon, we could have just left. We could have just left. We could have been just like Grace and just keep on running. Except we did end up killing a lot of things as Grace. Masa killed the big chunk, his brother. Also, I hated reading that document of saying like, yeah, this guy. And then his brother. I'm like, what do you mean his brother? We just killed the big guy. What do you mean his brother? Ah, but Leon gets all these. I'm telling you, Grace could have done that. Grace could not have done that. Okay. Oh, cool. Upgrade a weapon. Oh, and thank you. You get over there. You get over there. You get under there. And you go right there. Wow. Why are his pockets so big? I get it, but also why is his pocket so big? And then Grace has like... I'm stacking hand grenades? Yeah, I kinda like that. I am gonna make that because I did use 2 health items there. That guy did charge me and he scared me a lot. Oh, for security manager, I put the discussed item in the safe. Okay, 60-40. There was a safe there. My feet hurt. No, Nessie. Nessie fell. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. My feet hurt. I must sit. See, I think I gave myself vertigo when I was playing, or like the feeling of vertigo when I was playing Deadlock yesterday because I was on the zip line going into lane, but at the same time I was putting down my desk, and I think the way that I jumped and the way the desk was going down, it looked very funny. I didn't like it at all. It really hurt my eyes. Lounge. Director's office. Okay. Oh, that's my axe health. I thought my health was super low. It's just my axe. Oh, I can't fucking see, bro. Am I missing anything back there? No. Okay. Oh my god, he gets a little, like, waypoint thing like that. I like that it's basically the same, but ever so slightly some things are different. That's fully loaded. But then, did Gideon not think about, like, you know, the second entrance to his secret laboratory? His secret... Oh. So I hope that girl is dead. I mean, she's been dead on the floor. Is this gonna be the same note? Yes. Yes, it is. Holy shit. Warped closet. Don't mind if I do. I did leave one zombie there. I killed what I like to say the big cheese. Oh, I really like it how you can see literally everything that you leave. Can I open this though? No. Okay. Oh, good. She's still dead. Please don't come at me, zombie. Okay. Oh, hi. What a nice way, to open this up. Hey, asshat. Heard you lost the pantry key again. The big shot chef made me crawl around that filthy fucking floors. The filthy fucking floors to find it. I finally found it in a puddle of grease along with a dead rat the size of a dog and gave it back to the chef. You fucking owe me. That's such a mood. That's such a fucking mood. Made me crawl around the filthy fucking floor to find it. Wait, I'm Leon as Kennedy. I'm leaving.
Should be upstairs.
I love that zombie. Don't you dare turn on me. Don't you dare. I left you here because I thought you were safe. Time to get this fucker. I love Leon. This is so much fun. Okay, that was a little dramatic, Leon. What's that? Oh, it's just herb. Herb? Luckily, I have herb. Okay, I can stop in the pantry. Everybody here is dead. Over here, no. Oh, filing room. How do we get to the filing room? Oh, in there. Am I about to pop down? Oh, if I went to the other staircase. Well, let's go to the pantry. I really feel out of breath. Leon, I'm here to kill. Rar? Who said rar? Rar. I'm really out of breath. Rar. Rar. My head like feels so lightheaded. Is this low iron? Question mark? Uses her pockets while Leon... Yeah. It makes more sense. I mean, hold on. Let me examine his body. If you know what I mean. What the hell is that? Increases firepower. Yes, Leon will take that. Wait, why does he get to put it on his weapon? Wait, is that how... I want to put it on that. Is that how... Wait, Leon, wait, I want to see your little... Did I put both on there, or did only one go on? I don't know how this works. Charms? Oh, they are both on there. They are both on there. Okay. What is this one? Oh, and then that's just... Okay. Oh, no, stop that. Charms. Oh, okay, and then that... My head really hurts. Like, I'm fuck! I keep, like, clicking. Charms. Can I, like, unequip a charm? What is this one? Increases firepower? I wish I could take it off now. I made a mistake by putting them both on there, but it let me. So, yeah. Grace is not... Okay, so Grace is just... And only one per weapon? You can both put them on there, but... Wait, if I... Hold on. Oh, thank God. Okay, so I can... Once I put it into that, I can just put it to whichever one. Okay. I just thought I edited it and kept it over there. You know what I really want? One of those, like, head massagers. Yeah, sounds really nice. Yeah, I just like that I can, once it edited it, I can switch it. Because I was concerned I just lost it. Okay, so the ones... I mean, do they all have to be equipped to a gun? Where's the next one I can go to? I can go to that one, but there's a Crimson up there now. I can run past him. I don't really want to go there. There's a guy there. I mean, let's go see what I need to do. Let's go see what I have to do. Are these... These should not be... Okay, these should be empty, yes. Does he have... Okay. No, you know what? I'm fucking Leon S. Kennedy. I wish I could jump over this table. Hey, sir, can you come out of that room? No question, but what's your shoe size? Me? Sorry, I was about to tell you my shoe size, Shaylin, and then I realized 6, maybe 7? 6, 7? Sorry, I was laughing at my own joke, and it just was very funny that it correlated with that 6, 7 joke. It really depends on the shoe brand, but around there. Because I think with like Docs, I'm a smaller size. I don't know what my... Excuse me, pardon me. Oh, Leon is so fast. Bro, Leon is so fucking fast. Okay, there's no more over here. Holy shit, this place is actually fucking huge. Is there any more over here? There's still an herb up there I left. Oh, I guess I could have picked that up. Oh no, that's here. For why do you ask, Shaylin? That seems a little suspicious. In his 40s and 50s, he's... Yeah, he is. Like, he's old. I love the way they represent his face, because he still looks like Leon, which is so important. No backflips yet in the game. We did a sick-ass, I've already looked at that, Leon. Find Victor's office. I was like, what am I doing? I can't... Well, let's go see what happened down here, Leon. You know, you want to question this? Can I read the Braille book? I can't read the Braille book. 5 and a 7. I could fit in it. Maybe. You have multiple pair of skates? I thought you only had one pair of skates. Also, we need to go roller skating sometime too. But it's really hot right now, so ice skating sounds delectable. Except then it's gonna be depressing when we walk back outside. I'm like, wow, it's fucking warm. I miss being cold. Where the fuck is Victor's office? That's where we left her, over there. Rehabilitation ward. Chairman's office. Lead researcher's office. So I assume over there, maybe, possibly. It's a lead researcher. Attic medical supply. Oh, director's office. Oh, right here, right here. Warped. Oh, I know exactly where that is. It's the easiest way. Let's go pick up the herb. Herb. You know, Grace almost got out. We got a lot of those. I can put so many things in my pocket. I need that one. Oh, it's right where I left it, Crimson. You know what I have? I have a shotgun. I have a fucking shotgun. I'm gonna kill that Crimson. Don't turn into a Crimson, please. Look at this, Leon. Look at this graph. Okay, cool. So there's a normal zombie, and then there's a Crimson. Right, right. How many bullets does it take with Leon? Ooh, his... Oh, hey. Ow! Ouchie! Yeet. Yeet. I got an achievement! Okay, I'm gonna heal Leon now. I'm going to heal Leon.
Right.
Right. Right. Car! Welcome to the land of the living. I'm only at caution, but I'd rather just use a full one. I think I'll have a better chance as Leon. I think, but dude! Oh my god, Gar! 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 My ears hurt. Okay. Also, yeah, I'm Leon. I can fucking just kill them. That's what I realized right meow. It's going great. Car and Gar. Mainly Gar because Gar knows it has seen the scenes. The opening scene for Leon in this section with Gideon, and Gideon just like touching him, and the way he just like gently pushes Leon's hair back had me so uncomfortable. Man was just all touching and then pulling back his collar. He was trying to see the... Hello? That's a fucking bomb. Why do I hear so many... Why do I hear him like that? What the fuck? Wait. Does this man have a bomb on him? It sounds like he's coming from down, but he's up. My head really hurts. If I open my eyes, will it make me feel better? What the fuck? When's the first time you brushed your teeth? When's the last time you brushed your teeth? Dude, Leon's little gripes is so funny. I love Leon so much. Also, why was that man just holding that? Car, everybody in this game is trying to kill me. It's so rude. So rude. Oh. Oh. Oh, a party happened here.
Fucking shame.
Oh, a fucking shame. Okay, Leon. Okay, well, a lot of their heads are gone. Burst their heads if you want to survive. Well, can I burst his head? I popped his eyeball out. What was that? Well. Oh my god, yeah! Joink. Skablink. No worries, I'm Leon S. Kennedy. I'm Leon. Who's turning now? You look like you're gonna... Who's turning? Are they in there? Oh, two doors. I guess that door's closed. You don't get to... No, you don't get to live. Somebody's right behind me, isn't they? There you are. Oh, that's so fucking cool. You should have just taken the axe out of him. Oh, it fell apart. The axe fell apart, you guys. God, I love it. Dude, Leon's so fucking hot. Kill them the first time, then they won't get a second chance. You're so right. At least these guys, most of these guys I didn't even kill, somebody left them. Somebody left them for me, like a little present, a little gusher present. I gotta play gusher for them. You gotta pop them. Ooh, a med injector. Why, thank you. Let me loot this place first. Is that everything in here? Oh, hey, I left an herb. Hold on, strange handle. I said herb, but in my brain it sounded like purse. I left my purse. Hold on, let me go get my purse. Leon is still a smartass. Yeah. I mean, he had the earlier comment too. I forget what it was, but it was still just like, man, that's my Leon. Scenes are so... Gar, I love you so much. You type like me. You type just like me. I love me some gushers. I do too. So I haven't really looked at monologues, and the timer is a ticking, especially if I want to learn. Well, what the fuck? Whose turn is it now? Oh, his turn. Are you gonna come through this one? Holy shit. Okay, I would like some space. Leon, you should run. Thank you. Okay. Oh, you're just some normal dude. Oh, I need to equip it.
Here.
Are you dead? Oh, now you are. So much is happening. Hey, come here. Oh, I'm sorry, Leon. I didn't mean to do that. I didn't mean to do that, Leon. I didn't mean to do that to him. Ew, could you stop? I didn't mean to do that to Leon. I didn't mean to do that. Please don't. Okay, thank God.
What a fucking shame.
I didn't mean to do that to him. I didn't have stuff equipped. Yeah, that. Okay, is you back here? Maybe I shouldn't stand so close. Oh. Oh. He missed. Hey, so I'm fucking up right now. Oh my god. What's this? I was doing so good the first time. And one trip up. Shoot him in the knees. Get to act. Yes! I do love that. I want to smash his head into the wall like he did the one time. You wake up later. Okay. I just play bad as Leon. I get too trigger happy. Oh, hello? There's a man right next to me. Oh, wrong buttons. All the wrong buttons. I was pressing F. Is it unlimited sharpens? I think so. It's just you have to actually time the sharpening. Okay, time to not die. I did do bad in that part, I won't lie. Got a hand grenade. I want to test out a stacked grenade. Oh, I didn't go back and get that one herb. That's okay. I did, in fact, just watch this guy turn over there and just stare at him. Isn't it this guy who turns too?
Every single...
Oh, no, it's that guy. I guess that's only gonna take him out. Hey, can I hit you? You dead? Is that guy dead? He's still dead. Who's alive? Hello? Oh, it's the normal guy. Yeah, you. Yeah, you! Is that it?
Well, that's my cardio for the week.
Oh, I should have gone back and gotten that herb. Oh well. I want to throw that, but I have nobody to throw it at. Oh. Oh. Yep, that herb's gone. There it is. This is our Did I leave anything in there? I didn't. I just left that herb. Yeah. Oh, why my head hurts. Please don't be anybody there. I wasn't paying attention. Oh. Hey. Oh, wow.
Pretty sure I found Victor's private office.
Nice work. Lock it up.
Yes, ma'am.
I love that he's working with Sherry.
Bingo. I have the IP address. Just give me a minute. And
I should just learn to take medicine if my head hurts, but I'm like, no, I can handle it. Top secret. Virus and body routine. She's wearing fucking gloves. Like, I'm telling you.
Sherry.
You're killing me.
She is so pretty.
I found some information about our illness.
About Arden. Yeah, I fucking knew.
Our symptoms confirm a T-virus infection.
Ooh, I like that little twitch.
Oh, fuck.
She's wearing a correction. She's wearing one glove. Was she really? Hold on, go back. She's
Right.
beautiful.
Let's run together, right?
Sherry is so pretty. Sherry definitely would have like some sort of T-virus infection still. She kind of was fully infected. Whoa, there's too many things on my screen. Raccoon City is...
Lupus.
That's what he was saying. Oh, hey Grace. Hey Grace.
Grace.
I should shut the fuck up.
What's she gotta do
I'm
with
just
this?
so excited about this game. Oh, please don't put me back as Grace. I was having so much fun. I was having so much fun. Please. I'm gonna cry. Oh no. That sounds like I actually lost to something, but I was so scared of the dark. Why would they do that to me? I was having so much fun. I was having so much fun.
Hang on, Emily. I'm coming.
I was having so much fucking fun, and then you're gonna do that to me? You're gonna do that to me? I literally almost started crying. Not to be dramatic. Oh my god, I fucking hate this. I love horror games. Oh, he's fucking dead. At least his head's gone. Okay, staff members' last words. Everyone's dead. The plan went to shit. I'm the only one left. Okay, you're dead now. In this god-forsaken place. I've tried to escape, but what's the point? I can still see my colleagues being eaten alive. Like an endless loop playing over and over in my head. Let it stop, please. You're dead. Don't worry. Okay. Get to play Leon for quite a bit later. I know. I just didn't want to go back in the dark. Really, that's it. I just didn't want to go in the fucking dark. I didn't want to deal with the sister.
Why is this under the hospital?
But girly, there's always a secret laboratory under a hospital. Do I have a gun? Okay. Yo, put your eyeball in, bro. Someone's growling at me. Can I go up? What did I expect? Had to try. It's just the fact that I didn't want to go back in the dark. Somebody's definitely in there. So, this is gonna be like Resident Evil 2, where you activate it and like, there's definitely zombies in each one of these. That was a very good zombie noise over there. What do I have on her right now? Barely anything that's gonna help me. Oh yeah, what did it say? Raccoon City is redacted for the sake of Elpis. Commence redacted. The report outlines the current research on the latest onset T virus syndrome, henceforth referred to as Raccoon City syndrome. Raccoon City syndrome occurs when a residual T virus within the body mutates over a prolonged period of time. I have yet to find an effective treatment, and when it manifests, the results are fatal. Dishwasher's note. I love this show. I hate this show, Pacey. I'm in the dark. I'm scared of the fucking dark. I'm lightheaded too. Oh, I'm really lightheaded. Hey, girly, close that door. Take that. Take this and read it to all employees. The girl is currently occupying the basement. We plan to corner her by taking advantage of the subject's intolerance to light, and we'll place high-intensity ultraviolet lamps throughout the area. Once this is complete, we will begin the operation to eliminate the subject. Prepare your weapons and be on standby. So this is becoming like, Dying Light. Oh. There's the girl we actually want. Did you read the rest of Raccoon City? Hold on. No, I didn't. I only read the first part. Raccoon City syndrome appears to develop through the following stages. Stage 0. Okay, hold on. My head hurts. And by that, somehow that means crunch up my leg. There's like pressure in the top of my head. Stage 0. Dormancy. The virus lies temporarily dormant within the host due to the presence of specific antibodies. As the virus is not completely suppressed, it begins to build an immunity to the antibodies over time, which is what viruses do, which is why we have a different flu shot every year to counteract whatever flu is going around that year. Stage 1, activation. The virus begins to activate, and black bruise-like marks begin to appear on parts of the body. Mild symptoms such as general... What is that fucking word? Oh my god, no. Malice and coughing occur. Stage 2 development. The black marks spread further across the body, coupled with numbness in affected areas. The marks extend to internal organs, sometimes leading to oh my god, I could never be a doctor. I would struggle telling my patients, hey, so you got this symptoms, you got a hematemesis. That would be me. Becomes important plot-wise later. Well, we will learn. Stage 3, end stage. The black marks darken and spread across the entire body. Severe pain and intense fatigue. I'm really dizzy. And make moving difficult. Vomiting of blood becomes uncontrollable. Patients at the terminal stage typically die within 1 to 2 hours. Okay, I feel like, obviously, parts of the body. I don't know. He might be on activation. He's in between stage 1 and stage 2. Store that. I do like that injector. That's a much better, much better thing to use. Put that in there. I think I'm gonna save just so I can save. Let me make sure I read the rest of them, because we read that one, this one, and that one's redacted. Okay, we're gonna save here. Wait, how long have I been streaming? Should we save here and end here? I don't want to. I want to get the girl. And by that, literally, the girl. Emily. The child. The girl. This reminds me of Heisenberg. I miss him. I'm gonna blow my shirt off. I'm scared of the dark. Let's go. Do I have a layout of this place? No, I don't. So one's there, one's there. That's gonna be another hour or 2 hours for getting Emily. I mean, I just saved, so I could end still. My head really... Why does my head fucking hurt? It's like pressure right here. What do we say? What do we say? Hear ye, everybody. Do we say we just end? But then I have to wait till Monday to play. What if we play more Resident Evil on Wednesday? I'm addicted, and usually I'm like, usually I say with games, especially these big story games, I'm like, let me space it out, which is why we just play like once a week, because I'm like, no, I want to enjoy it and space. I don't want to. I want to binge this whole game right meow. I want to binge this whole game right meow. I would sit here and play all day. Last time, I'm getting hungry. Is it because I'm hungry? No, I just had a snack, so it's not that. It's probably pressure. Play what you want. You're so right. That's just me coping with, like, I don't want to go a week without Resident Evil. I think we play more Resident Evil on Wednesday. That would be quite fun. Oh, and then we play Resident Evil on Thursday, but that's with Kai, so that's Revelations. That's a different Resident Evil. Oh my god, my fucking head. Play it all day. Dude, I want to. It pained me ending on Friday when I did, because, I really wanted to play more on Friday, but it got really fucking warm. How warm is it today? I don't think it's as warm today. No, it's only 75. Yeah, the day it came out, it was like 90 degrees, so I was actually like dying in my room. I mean, I could come back and do some of this. What time? I just want to fucking play. I love Resident Evil. What's the special content? I immediately get distracted. Oh, it's a rookie charm. I didn't. Oh, this is the one. This is the one that is Claire. Oh, it's their outfit, so that's really cute. RPG charm. Oh, that's cute. I'm gonna have to do a lot. I'm addicted to this fucking game, bitches. I don't want to do this. Okay. Should I just end here? I'm hungry. No, I want to play more. And I'm gonna play more Wednesday. But I really want to see what happens down here. I'm like invested. But is it gonna be a waste of us? I went the wrong way. I feel like I should just end there. Oh, I'm gonna go through hell in this part, bro. That might be a good idea then. Might be a good idea to end there. We come back on Wednesday and we play more. It's been just about 5 hours. I mean, it's only been 4 hours of me playing this. Can I steal your blood? Can I steal your blood? Can I steal your blood? Oh, this is gonna take ages. I just saved, so I'm kinda... I can't play until Saturday. I know. I haven't done anything, so I still can end it. I think I am gonna choose the wise words of you said this is gonna take a lot of fucking 2 hours, bro. We can lock in and get it done. We just saved, so nothing happened. Sorry, that's me just saying, like, reassuring myself. If I quit it, I haven't done anything. They give me the joy. I know we get to play a lot of Leon later, but you give me the joy of Leon, and then you're like, anyways, I want to put you in as Grace, and you're gonna go into the basement. I'm like, what do you mean you're gonna put me in the basement? What do you mean? This is such a... Also because... Oh my god. I've never struggled so much with a game of like, no, it's fine, we can wait another week. I don't think I can wait another week. I think I think I'll just play. I think we end here. This is her game, but come on, let me kill as Leon. You give me as an axe as Leon, and then you're like, anyways, play this little weak little gal who's just scared for her life. I'm like, okay, yeah, me too, but But I become like a god when I play Leon. Yeah, I have an axe and I can just kill him like that. Say as I've killed him every single time they put me in as him. I think we will end here. And we will play more on Wednesday. We will do that. I do want to see some of the stuff. God, look at him. I love the way that they did do him. I think they did really good. I want to see... Oh, Grace and Goliath is really cute. What did we get? Order up. That's a chef, the 2 singers, and then defeat Chunk as Grace, which I didn't know. The way they did him? I don't know whether we could do it. Have a great day. Thank you, PC. Thank you, PC. Make a zombie attack another zombie. That's one of my favorite ones, and I use that to my advantage a lot. Case closed. Oh, 75 files. God, there's fucking 25 Mr. Raccoons. Curator, that's all that stuff. Okay. I think I will make... Oh. That closed so fast. That closed extremely fast. Teto. You guys wouldn't be mad if we played Resident Evil on Wednesday, would you? Because that would be quite fun. That'd be quite fun. Because I'm not feeling farm too much. I like farm when I'm with my friends, but right now, the end already, that's what I'm saying. I was going to stream, but if I continue that part, I will not lie, I probably would actually end up streaming for 2 more hours, which would make a 7-hour stream, and I'm completely fine with that, but also it's kind of warm, and my head kind of hurts, and I know I'm going to get yelled at to take care of myself, and I haven't eaten, so yeah. I know I'm going to get yelled at of, like, take care of yourself. Do what you want, you're the streamer, but take care of yourself too, don't push yourself. So I think we'll play more Resident Evil on Wednesday. Because I don't think I can wait till Monday. So it's Resident Evil weeks now.
Hydrate, you bastard! Hydrate!
Except for next week. Next week, if everything goes well, and by that, if everybody's available, we will play farming next Wednesday. Not this Wednesday. Oh, true. Yes. I will text you. I have some messages to respond to anyways. Let me see. Let me see if any of my little friends... do you guys want somebody calm, or do you want somebody also playing Resident Evil? I'm scared to drop you guys off of people who are playing Resident Evil because I don't want to spoil, for some people. I'm like scrolling through it right now because Torai is live and she's doing cozy time. So I think we just drop you off there. She's doing co-working. So I think I'm gonna drop you off there. I hope you guys have a good rest of your day. She's on Do Not Disturb. We are going to disturb. I feel bad disturbing. No, we're not going to disturb Torai. I feel bad disturbing Torai. Torai's locked in right now. Torai's locked in, bros. Everybody, please be safe. Thank you so much. And I know I'm still going to get yelled at as I'm the streamer, but thank you for letting me also play. Thank you for letting me just talk a lot about Resident Evil and play Resident Evil every single day, because that's all I really care about right now. And that's all I really have to fixation to do. And I just get to play it, and it's my favorite thing. And it's something I'm very grateful for do in my life. The fact that I can just play this game for other people and just play it, and that's all I have to do. Oh my god. That's so nice. I love you all for that. Nobody I know is really playing Resident Evil. And I don't want to... I want... Oh, hey, that's the person that's really funny. Rat King. I'm not going to raid out then. None of my friends. Unless you want a co-stream, co-working stream. I love and appreciate you all so much. Like, the fact that I do get to do this and just enjoy my day and play a game, but not play it alone. I'm really grateful for it. Because otherwise, I don't know where I'd be in my life. Not gonna lie. Oh. Okay, I just closed out of the, the raid thing, so I guess I'm not gonna raid. And that is completely okay. I'm gonna say goodbye to you guys. Today was a good stream. Maybe on Wednesday, I'll make sure to have medicine and eat better on Wednesday, so I won't have a headache. And maybe we do a longer stream on Wednesday, so we can make sure we can get to a bigger portions of the game. But I'm gonna say goodbye from here. I love you all. Not the fact that I have a JVB song on, that's very emotional. But I love you all. Thank you all. I will see you all on Wednesday then. I'm gonna see Jayla tomorrow. I'm so excited. I love you all, but thank you so much. I love and appreciate you so much. We'll have more Resident Evil on Wednesday, and we'll have more Resident Evil on Thursday. That one's just, you know, Resident Evil Revelations, so we're going to the 3DS game. I love you all. I love you all. Bye bye. Please take care. Stay hydrated and everything. Stay well. I will see you soon.